The City of Fargo to order. First item on the agenda is the consent agenda. I would like to propose that we move item number 10 above item number 8. So item number 10 is the memo of understanding for the Fargo Park District Foundation. Kind of keeps all those together. So we're just moving this above this. We're just moving 10 up after 7.
They use together.
Yes. Makes sense. Okay, anybody have anything else with the consent agenda or the regular agenda?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented, please. Well, as amended, presented after amended, whatever you want to call it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dave, please pull the board.
Commissioner Griggs.
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch.
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rosted.
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Aye. Consent agenda passes. Regular agenda. First item is the recognition of audience/public comments. At this time, the board will hear comments from the public. We ask that each speaker who has signed up to address the board come up to the microphone and state their name and address for the record. We would also ask that speakers refrain from using this forum to criticize or complain about a specific employee by name. The board is interested in your comments and will listen carefully, but is not obligated to respond to or debate issues in this forum. Should you desire a written response to a specific question, you may request it. This evening, each speaker will be allotted a maximum of 3 minutes. As a point of order, if any speaker wishes to talk later in the agenda, comments are limited only to the agenda item at hand, and speakers must first be recognized by only the Fargo Park Board President before coming to the microphone. Otherwise, the speaker may be ruled out of order and additional measures may be taken up to or including removal from the meeting. The Fargo Park Board President, however, does not have to engage in dialogue with the additional speakers. We ask that you respect this request and act accordingly. I understand we have a list of people, and so I think we'll start with Richard Thomas and Chris Cohen. You guys can go in whichever order you'd like.
Madam President, would you like me to give a 30-second notice when they're at 2:30 or not?
Sure.
I would like to say that it's and planting wildflowers and
Very well timed, that 10 seconds.
Thanks, Richard.
Still on.
I take Kevin's over there.
Yes, I'm Christopher Cohn, Fargo resident at 337 10th Avenue South. I live right next to the dike along the Red River there. And every single day, I either ride my bike or I walk through the park along the river there. And I really appreciate the park district, how they maintain the park, including all new plantings along there. I think it's native plantings, et cetera. And I want to point out at Lindenwood Park, there's no hunting allowed. And there's not a deer problem there because as a forester here in the city, at the park district said, there's no complaints from homeowners around there about deer eating the vegetation, and there's not a problem with the deer eating the vegetation in the park. So that tells you whether or not we really need hunting in the parks. And the Fargo Chief of Police said that the wildlife management program is not safe and it's not effective. And we turned in a petition from about 350 people that agreed with that. So the people have spoken. No one else came up with an alternative petition through this entire process. I haven't heard anybody support the program other than the program participants at the very beginning of the process. And you know, park users don't want to have hunting in the parks while they and their kids and pets are in the parks. The parks need to be seen as safe and welcoming, not downrange at an archery hunt. Sandhills Archery Club is proposed to take over the administration of the program, and they never allow anybody downrange during their archery hunts. So I don't think it should be done here in our parks either. And one last comment, it was said in some of the material for the new program that Bismarck allows hunting, but no, they don't allow hunting in their parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I believe we have Jennifer Thompson and Paul Noah. I don't know if you want to, who wants to go first? All right.
One big happy man.
All right, my name's Jennifer Thompson. I'm from Fargo Youth Hockey. My residence is 1214 46th Avenue North. And really, Paul and I are here tonight just briefly to talk about potential reconsideration of putting ice in the super sports complex that is planned for South Fargo. Back in 2016, there was a green space study that indicated there was a need for ice in Fargo. And in the fall of, I believe, 2018, Dan Ness and I from Fargo Youth Hockey came and presented to the board at that time and discussed really what the need was for our organization, because we had a lot of kids, our older kids especially, that were having practices starting at 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night, not getting off the ice until sometimes 10, 10:30, not getting home till 11. And we were very hopeful then when the super sports complex was announced that there was going to be ice included in it. And we understand with the increase in building costs that the ice has been taken out. But at the end of the day, so even since 2016, the need for ice is even greater now. Since 2009, the increase of participation in youth hockey in Fargo is 41%. Even during COVID, we only saw a 3% decrease in participation in our organization. And now we're back on track to the growth that we had before. And really Paul and I are here, and I'll let Paul talk too, but Paul and I are here to show that there is unity, this is not just Fargo Youth Hockey making this request. Fargo Angels, we would like to come together, do a capital campaign jointly, and we're committed, our organizations are committed to scheduling all of our programming around the prime ice available that Fargo Parks has. And it makes sense, especially as far as our membership is concerned, because 60% of our membership, our kids that play hockey, live south of 32nd Avenue. And so it makes sense for some additional ice to go in South Fargo.
Thank you. As Jennifer indicated, my name is Paul Noah. I'm here on behalf of the Angels. I'm excited to be here with Jennifer and Fargo Youth Hockey to see what we can do for the future of kids in the community. By way of brief background, I know a number of you on the commission. But I grew up in Fargo. I'm one of 8 kids. John Noah was my father. He's a park board commissioner for 6 years back in the 60s or 70s. He was, he's known for playing hockey. He's first All-American up at UND and was on the Olympic team in 1952. But he was very instrumental in not only hockey, but all sports, basically for kids. His profession in life was chief probation officer in the federal system in North Dakota. And his mantra, if you will, was if you keep the kids busy early, then he doesn't have to see them later in life as a probation officer. And, I think that's, I'm here for the hockey part of it. Our kids are playing in all the sports, but this is all about the kids. Everybody in the Freeze organization, I've coached in the Freeze organization and the Angels, it's needed. And the biggest, from our standpoint, the Angels, we're at the Sunmart, the old Sunmart Arena. It's an old Nash Finch warehouse that's been the Angels arena for the last 15, 18 years. Arguably, it should have been condemned the day we moved in there. So it's a facility that's just going away. We got 1 year reprieve on it, so we need ice. For the last couple of years, we've been working fundraising. We had a site over, somebody was going to donate some land over in West Fargo. We've been actively looking for donations, looking to fill the need in this community. And the one thing that it struck me in just the last 6 weeks or so visiting with the Freeze, when you got 60% of the kids living south of 32nd Avenue and there's not a facility down there, then you're creating your own destiny. Parents aren't going to bring their kids as far as I bring my kids to go to a rink. It's just, it's too difficult and too cumbersome. And I think it's just a shame. We gotta address that. And so that's the biggest thing from my perspective that needs to be fulfilled in the city of Fargo. So hopefully we can work together. We've been at it trying to get some fundraising, and hopefully we can kind of redirect it and have it a win-win for everybody in this room and also for the kids. So I think that's all I got to say.
Thank you both.
Yep.
Is there anybody else on our audience list? Okay. Item number 2, Director's Report.
All right. Thanks, Madam President. We'll start on my right today with Brock Leitz, our Finance Director.
Thanks, Dave. Madam President, members of the board, it's budget season, so budget. It's like real estate, location. So we are working, our team is working with all of the directors and the department heads as they submit their departmental budgets, and we're starting to put that together. so that we can prepare kind of the initial look at that for our next budget meeting. In that, we are also putting together a brief survey that we plan to send out to all of our fellow partner agencies, I guess you would say, in the public sector to get a handle on what people are thinking from a compensation perspective and how that looks with the trying times that we're having. We see something in the news every day on that, and so we're trying to get a sense in the metro of Fargo-Moorhead, kind of what is happening in that regard, and we'll have that data together for you to look at the budget meeting as well. Separately, our HR department is working on the total comp study that we had discussed previously, in which we wanted to take a look at our benefits packages as well and see how that looks. Stacy Kruger has been involved with the FMHRA at the Human Resources Association, and there's a desire by that group to really do a broad metro study in that regard, to be public and private sector and give us some sense of that. And it's something that I think all their members have been looking for. So I think that'll be a good opportunity. And in that regard, Stacy is also, although she's here tonight to present, she's also attending the National HR Conference virtually, and she's getting some information about benefits packages and what's trending out there nationwide and things that are happening. So I feel like we're gathering some really good information as we prepare the budget and try to make some action steps going forward. So with that, that is what we are currently working on, and we'll continue to bring you information as we complete it.
Thank you, Brock. And we'll move to my left with Brian Arrett.
Thanks, Dave. Board members, just a couple items to update you on. First of all, in the budget vein, a significant part of funding Valley Senior Services receives is through the Older Americans Act. It gets channeled through the North Dakota Department of Human Services, along with some state funding that provides reimbursement for our nutrition program. So $4.60 a meal reimbursement. During COVID, as we all know, the number of meals that we do kind of skyrocketed, up about 20% pre-COVID to now. At the same time, because of stimulus dollars that were available, the reimbursement rate increased from $4.60 a meal to $7 a meal. The $4.60 unit rate was established by the end of this biennium 8 years ago. So we met a few weeks ago with the director of the North Dakota Department of Human Services to talk about the budget for the next biennium and the significance of increasing the unit rate in a permanent way to that $7 a meal level, plus providing enough funding to reimburse every meal that we provide. In the past, reimbursement for Valley Senior Services has phased out about 10.5 or 11 months into the year. So we've done a month of services with no reimbursement. He was pretty open to that. We talked about the impacts, not just for Fargo or the Southeast region, but the state as a whole. If funding is not increased, for the first time in the history of the state of North Dakota, there would have to be some type of moratorium on the number of people that can receive Meals on Wheels. At the same time, the state of North Dakota is one of the healthiest financially in the nation. We didn't think it was good optics to have a limit on the Meals on Wheels program. So we just stressed that importance. He claimed to have heard us and to agree with us, and that he would represent our request with the governor when he submits his budget. So stay tuned. We'll certainly be communicating a lot about that yet this year and into the legislative session. But very significant for our program from a long-term, the ability to serve the elderly people we serve. Second item, we hired a new cook in West Fargo. I know we talked about that at the last board meeting. Aaron Lockwood is his name. He started a few weeks ago, doing a great job. He's the cook supervisor, actually. So he supervises the whole nutrition program in West Fargo, which actually provides about a fourth of our meals throughout the region. So a significant number of meals come out of West Fargo every day, about 250, 275 meals. So we're excited about that. And then third, in terms of responsibilities, There was a fundraiser in Buxton, North Dakota yesterday, which is part of our region. It was Pie Day. So on behalf of the Park District, Paul and I attended Pie Day and had pie, to make our presence known. So you're welcome.
That was a sacrifice.
Give till it hurt.
Sharing?
All right. Thank you, Brian. We are missing two directors. Carolyn Botain and Dave Beats are on vacation, so we'll wrap it up with Kevin Bowe down to my left.
All right, so last Friday, we had an event called Midwest Kid Fest. It was largely popular, tens of thousands of people. 11 to 7, it was busy from 11 to 7, actually 10 to 7. There was a lot of people down there, but if you came over the hill from the Park District side, you didn't know it till you came over the hill in the park and within Island Park. So congratulations to the staff. We had a lot of food vendors that ran out of food. They replenished, so they're extremely excited for what they had done for that event. Next one we've got this week is Roger Maris Week as well. The 9-hole tournament, celebrity golf tournament at Osgood, and then the 2 18-hole tournaments out at Rose Creek. We've got youth clinics also going on as of Monday and Tuesday, Thursday, and then Friday finally with the hockey youth clinic. And then Thursday evening, there's a summer night at Island Park from 6 to 9. So it will be a busy time down at Island Park again.
She left vacation for
Also, where we play a role into this, and Commissioner Rosted was part of this conversation, is the Roger Maris Academy. It's for youth or teens that sign up for this program. So they go to Courts Plus. This is June, July, August, and September, where they get the experience. So it's Courts Plus, Fargo Parks. In the parks, it's the swimming pools, golf courses, and forestry department where they learn about what goes on. They meet the managers, they explain the jobs, what jobs are available. So it's a really neat experience. It's the first time it's ever happened. We don't have final numbers yet. We'll have wrap-up meetings with Sanford as they come to concluding that this week of Roger Maris Week. So that would be my update.
Well, thank you, Kevin. And
Just a little thing, as a guy who does research for a living, you might want to add a box on your applications in about 5 years that says, were you a graduate of the Roger? I mean, so you can see if those people matriculated because that would just be a cool thing to know. I mean, it's great. We do these things and it's great to hope that they matriculate in those things someday, but it would be cool to find out and then get testimonials from your graduates that got a job, and that'll help recruit even more people in the future.
Great idea.
Does the woman that came in and is sitting in the audience want to participate in the director's report, or is she still on vacation? I mean, you surely don't need to, because
we already were told
we
you
have
were
a
on vacation and we were not hearing from you tonight.
We have a few things on the agenda.
And then the door opened and here you came through.
Does she have the 3-minute time limit? Like,
Did she sign in with her address?
There you go. Roger Maris is this week, which I'm sure you've heard, at both Osgood and Rose Creek. We also have the Campground B still closed due to the, not that it's high water right now, but it does need to dry out quite a bit before we open it up. And so we're working with operations to see what we can do in that regard. Other than that, we'll have several things today to update on as we go through the agenda, but I think that's what I have right now.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Thanks for coming in on your vacation.
Yeah.
We got done early.
well, thank you, Carolyn, and
And-
welcome.
We can't finish the director's report without a phone number.
Wheels. If you'd like to volunteer to deliver Meals on Wheels, that one?
Yes, please.
I forget the number. Can you help me? 293-1440. If you'd like to deliver meals.
What was the number again, Brian?
1440, Monday through Friday, around 11 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you.
Great experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam President, with that, if you'd like, we can move on to item number 3.
Okay.
All
Item-
right, I'd like to introduce Brett Gerhold with AGL Landscape, and along with his design team from RDG. I'll let him do his introductions, but over the last 9 or 10 months, we've been working through the Island Park master planning process and had the privilege to work with these two design groups who have designed master plans throughout the upper Midwest in the United States. And I think we had a pretty good process. We had a stakeholders group. We got great input from the public. We had surveys. We had a software out there called Mind Mixer, which they were able to get to gather large amounts of data. And I'm happy to say we had a discussion at our facilities committee meeting and then a final wrap-up meeting with our stakeholders. And I was thoroughly impressed with their final master plan report. So with that, I will turn it over to Brett.
Thank you, Executive Director Leaker. Good evening, President Dawson, Commissioners. My name is Brett Gerholt. I am here tonight on behalf of AGL Landscape Architects. We have an office here in Fargo and we have one in Bismarck. So we are a North Dakota firm. We partnered on this project with a firm called Rdg Planning and Design. They are a national firm. And the reason we did that, we thought this project deserved that sort of attention. It's a historic park, obviously very cherished in the community. And we knew going into this that we would want to bring a partner with expertise along with us to really create a beautiful master plan for Island Park. So I'd like to introduce Brian Leininger of our Fargo office, Kenny Okibo out of Omaha with RDG, and Haley Lind is with us from our team here in Fargo. So I don't think we'll be able to follow the 3-minute rule. I'm going to do my best to get through this as expeditiously as we can. In your packets is a 68-page document that really serves as a summary of the master planning process. And so with your permission, what I would like to do is advance through most of it rather quickly because you're able to read this. And by the way, Dave mentioned our online platform called Mind Mixer is still active. And I just pulled the report of that. We have 176 active members on Mind Mixer, which we were contacted by Mind Mixer. They asked us what we were doing up here in Fargo because they typically have about 30 or 40 people that are checked onto that system and actively participating. So we're really happy with the level of engagement we have. It just shows that this is a very special park. And I can assure you on behalf of the design teams, we've treated it as such. And so a lot of care and effort went into the recommendations. So what I'd like to do is just kind of give a very brief overview of how the document is organized. And we start off with some acknowledgements, of course, the Fargo Park Board, the district staff. Our thanks to Carolyn and Dave for helping be really great liaisons and getting us information and patching us in with other members of the community. We deployed what's called a Citizen Advisory Committee. And I don't exactly remember the numbers. It's shown there on the right-hand side of the screen, but very active throughout the process, representing a good cross-section of the community and really engaged and really active, helped us craft the goals and objectives for the project and really helped steer us and kind of keep us in check with assumptions as we moved along. Again, consultant team, AGL, Landscape Architects, and RDG. The document really, when you look at it.
Brett,
Yes.
is your clicker on?
Is it advancing on its own?
What? No, I think Pace is trying to predict you.
You are.
You can turn on.
There's a.
Oh. Here I am without it being on.
Help you and predict you, but.
Okay, now it's on.
Now try
Thank
it.
you. So when you look at the document, it's laid out at 11 by 17. So when you get the final print, the pages are meant to kind of go together as they're opened. So it might be a little odd as we advance through. There seem to be pages that aren't connected, but in the final printed document that you'll get, it will correspond with each other and make a bit more sense. So again, 68 pages, kind of starting with introduction, why the project was developed, park history, our inventory and analysis graphics that are included with there. So it's basically a summary of the entire design process put together so that you can look back on this in the upcoming years and kind of determine how this evolved and what all went into it. We have a good section that summarizes the stakeholder engagement process. And then what we'd like to focus on tonight is the master plan recommendations themselves. Just kind of stepping through the recommendations and then Obviously, as we go through this, if you see something that you'd like me to pause on or you have a question, please let me know and we can stop. Otherwise, we're going to kind of continue marching forward. The document is set up with section headers that include actual quotes from our online engagement. And so we've given reference to those folks, and we feel they really captured kind of the spirit of the plan as it was being put together. So when we get to the introduction, I just want to kind of quickly summarize why this plan was prepared. And you all know that the downtown growth and redevelopment in Fargo has been quite rapid. Due to Island Park's location within the downtown area, we really anticipate more pressure on Island Park in the upcoming years. It's a cherished place with trees that's unlike any other new park that's developed. And so when you think about Island Park, it's really that central park in Fargo. And with continued downtown growth and pressure, urban parks like Island Park will just continue to be heavily utilized and enjoyed across the community. You all know during COVID, we experienced a pretty dramatic spike in outdoor recreation. We also think that that had a role in really kind of bringing to the forefront outdoor spaces like Island Park and created additional use and pressures within those environments. We all know that the Island Park pool is in need of replacement. The current pool facility has had a great use, but is now beyond its serviceable life. And the pool has been a staple in Island Park for almost 100 years. So that really has a rich history in providing that quality summer recreation and outdoor competitive swimming in the region. Arts and culture is a very important aspect to Island Park. In many ways, the Island Park tells the story of the history of Fargo itself, dating back to 1871, prior to statehood. And so this park has been an important civic gathering space for generations, and the master plan seeks to make sure that that remains so for future generations to come. Access and safety were one of the top comments we received on Mind Mixer and our primary considerations in the master plan. It's also important to consider what can be done to improve access from adjacent neighborhoods, schools, and the greater community through shared use paths and transit stops and additional walkability measures. There are tangible pieces of history in Island Park that tell the story about changes, and we've got a section in the report that kind of documents and shows a timeline of different significant pieces throughout the history of Island Park. Gives you kind of a timeline and a tangible means of really understanding the park itself. At this point in time, we've recognized there are aging park assets, so the master plan looks to update things like benches, tables, site furnishings to really help plan for replacements as time goes on. Public engagement through this process was very critical. We've learned that the park, again, is very cherished in the community and that great care should be taken when considering future changes. FMCT building damage. Again, the theater has a super rich history in the community for over 76 years. There are really strong opportunities to continue FMCT within Island Park, and the master plan really looked at a way to look at that space and engage it within the park. And then last but not least, we talk about priorities and phasing. Most master plans, as you know, are not able to be implemented in one phase. They take a long range approach. And so this plan really looks at a time frame of about 20 years. And so when we get to the end of our presentation, we'll kind of talk about phasing and potential implementation strategies for the park district to consider. So the goals were developed for the project. These were developed by the Citizen Advisory Committee. They are make everyone feel safe, seek community-wide investment, and engage other city departments, promote year-round use through winter programming, build a long-term vision by focusing on sustainability, historic preservation, and longevity of materials, create spaces for events, performances, and celebrations, and connect Island Park to the broader community via the Riverfront Greenway project that's actually ongoing right now. So again, we have a summary here of the top 10 reasons, which we just kind of talked about. Overview of the schedule. We started in January, actually January 18th with the inventory and analysis. Over the course of the project, held 2 different public input meetings, 3 citizen advisory committee meetings, a design workshop where we brought staff from Rdg and AGL together at the RDJ Rec Center, a super fun event that we brought in groups to tell us what they utilized Island Park for and shared very specific information with us about how those facilities are utilized. Out of that process became a pretty good list of summary notes that really helped kind of steer and guide the recommendations that you'll see tonight. After that, we developed 2 significantly different park relationship diagrams that you can see against the wall. We were really trying to get a sense for what the public input was for whether different components in the park, where they were located, what kind of adjacencies they had. Things like the pool location, for example, was one that was heavily commented on. And so those 2 relationship diagrams really helped set up the final master plan. And so here we are, June 14th, and this is really not the end of the process for us. So today you'll receive the draft report, and we intend to, again, post this to MindMixer for some public input. Do people like what they see? Do they not like that? And then we include all that input in the appendices of the report. And so we're kind of looking ahead to think that printed report will probably be somewhere 3 weeks to a month out after we kind of watch and see what the public input process is doing in terms of comments. This section really just, again, summarizes the history of Island Park. As you can see, all the way back to the 19th century. We've done a nice job, I think, of kind of summarizing some of the key aspects a long time in Island Park with some imagery, when sculptures were added, different components, of course, the public pool in 1936, the arena, and then last, the FMCT building that is there today. Quickly, our team looked at Island Park within the context of the community. What were some of the surrounding land uses? How do people get there? The Red River, and just kind of trying to document everything surrounding Island Park that could inform the design process. This was an interesting component, the park inventory. We recognized in this case that Island Park is the second most densely utilized park in the Fargo Park District, meaning if you look at that circle around the outside, that indicates about a 5-minute walk to Island Park. There's about 5,000 people within a 5 to 10-minute walk of Island Park. And so when we looked at that in terms of the community, the only park that served more people was Brunsdale. So we feel that that puts Island Park obviously in a category unto itself, and means that there is obviously quite a bit of use, and so investment just makes sense in terms of Island Park in the long run. These are just a snapshot of our park inventory. In this case, we're trying to figure out where pedestrian access is, where vehicular access points are. We're documenting parking numbers and just kind of other high-level information about access and adjacent uses to the park. We've documented kind of the cultural and historic elements in this graphic, and then provided an area or a section in the document that really just kind of summarizes what it looks like today. So in the future, when you look back at this master plan, you'll get a sense for what it looked like when this master plan was being completed. This is environmental conditions. Here we're looking at sun and wind, and just where some of the more comfortable spots of the park are, maybe some uncomfortable spots that are being stockpiled with snow in the winter. And this was really interesting in the beginning. We looked at active and passive spaces within the park. So what I mean by that is, could the design team look to group similar spaces actively and preserve that center space for more passive park use? We were astonished by the level of tree inventory that is available within Fargo Park District. This really helped the design team during our concept design because we were actually able to lay out facilities and trails and get a sense for what kind of potential tree impacts there would be. And so there's not a lot of park districts that we're aware of that have this kind of information at your fingertips. And so this page just kind of summarizes location and species within Island Park. And more images of the trees. This section summarizes the public and stakeholder engagement that we've discussed. The Citizen Advisory Committee process was summarized here and kind of their role in the project. I also get the sense that this group would be willing to continue being advocates for the project well beyond the completion. So for the Fargo Park Board and for the staff, great group of folks that would certainly be willing to share their expertise and their input as this project moves forward. We've got a summary of the online engagement, kind of top ranked ideas and comments that were received, along with some demographic information for further reading. And then a summary of our public design workshop that we facilitated. So you get some ideas that were generated here and some comments that we received. And again, just really steering the design team in the direction that we are. Summary of the 2 public input meetings that were held is included. And then again, the relationship diagrams that we discussed earlier. So everything is here in terms of kind of summarizing the information. And now I would like to launch into talking about the master plan recommendations themselves. So on page 42 of the document, you have the master plan image on the left. And then on the right that you don't see here tonight is the actual key of the numbers that were used to signify what element that was within the design. And so what we'd like to do tonight, just kind of quickly run through what each of these numbers represents and give you a sense for how the whole park is laid out in terms of the major components that we looked at during the study. So we'll kind of start at the very north end. So when you look at this graphic, north is rotated to the left. Number 1 is what we're calling the public gathering space. And this is really meant to be an invitation to Island Park from Broadway. It ends up being at the terminus of Broadway and really acts as a gateway into Island Park. The use of this space, we're really thinking of it in terms of flexibility, could facilitate medium to large gatherings, primarily on the lawn. But there are some existing younger trees in this space, which will provide really great shade in the future for that space. So potential programming that we're looking at here are things like farmers markets, art in the park, festivals, and food vendor trucks in that location. What the real purpose of this is to really keep the higher activities and vehicles off of the heritage tree areas. So we're really trying to promote the higher activity level to the fringe and keeping heavy use and things off the root zones of the trees. When you look at kind of what would be the west end, we've got an area that's large enough to bring vehicles through, service vehicles, and this is where the vendor trucks would set up. We looked at this space really being complementary to the new pool bathhouse that's shown right here in concept. And so once that facility is built, that's going to create a really dynamic space that we feel can be used 365 days throughout the year. So again, number 2, then looking at number 2 is the proposed pool location. Our design team really looked at 4 separate locations during the design workshop. We narrowed that down to 2 possible locations. So it was the existing pool location and then one kind of in between the 2 existing parking lots about where this number 7 is. At this time, we recommend, and based on the public input we've received, that the pool be replaced where it is currently today. Just from a site planning perspective and from a site design, the pool layout was much easier to accommodate in its present location. Once we were into this area, we were into quite a few trees, And the design team really had to change the shape of the pool programming facility, and it became kind of long and linear. It just didn't quite work. And so we feel that the pool being replaced in its current location is going to serve the park in the best way possible in the future. Number 5 here is the historic pool grandstand. Our recommendation here is that further study or analysis needs to be completed. The plan could really look at either renovating that space or rehabilitating the existing staircase. For example, keeping a wall facade would be very similar to what happened at the old arena wall. And we recommend kind of a conversation with the Historic Preservation Commission on the best means and methods to do so. We had a conversation with them during the master plan, and they weren't opposed to something changing there or being redeveloped, but they would just like to be involved in that process to help you kind of determine the best course of action if reconstruction or rehabilitation occurs. Next, we'll talk about the off-street parking lots in the master plan. Our public input on this really led to parking being kind of a challenging topic. A lot of folks had commented that they don't want any additional parking brought into the park at all. Yet when we surveyed the participants, we found that about 55% of people actually drive to Island Park. And when we spoke with adjacent landowners like the YMCA, there is quite a bit of pressure on those parking lots for events, especially when they have a full capacity use there. So parking can be really challenging within Island Park. And one of the things that we've looked at in the master plan is when the pool facility is developed, what kind of additional parking demand is that going to create? So the summary of that, and from what we received from a separate consultant that was working with the pool consultant, they're forecasting about 99 additional spaces being needed upon the construction of the pool. So when you look at the existing spaces of about 141 and you add 99, that brings you to about 240 spaces of off-street parking within the master plan area. When we look at what we've provided by maximizing some efficiency in this existing parking lot, reconstructing that so you gain spaces, we would recommend, in this case, a smaller 60-lot parking lot is added adjacent to the YMCA, and that could be a shared facility with them potentially upon further conversation, or it could just serve the gathering space. And so when we add everything up, this parking lot, the reconstructed one here, and potentially doing some rework of this one, we end up being at about 260 spaces within the Island Park master plan area. And that's not counting this smaller parking lot that's being shown on the very south end of the project. One of the recommendations that we'll kind of just run through in a little bit is to lessen the visual impact of some of those surface parking lots. A series of screening or landscape enhancements could be done along the edge to really kind of conceal them and have them feel more like the park than expansive open pavement spaces. So the next item is picnic shelters. We've got 3 located within the master plan, one here adjacent to the open lawn, one at this location, and then one at the very east end along 4th Street next to the bus stop. The next item is number 8, which is what we're calling the natural play area. What we really like about this space, it has great access to adjacent parking. It's really in better proximity to the Four Seasons restroom at the pool bathhouse. And so the location is much better from an access standpoint. And it really lends itself to a nice open space, easy to access and easy to get people in and out. And we have some picnic shelters that are strategically located, of course, there for family use. We have some recommendations in the master plan further on for kind of looking at materials and context within the park. Next item, is number 9. We're going to kind of bounce around here a little bit. We talked during the master plan about potentially relocating the Angel of Hope sculpture, but I'm happy to report tonight that that sculpture can remain where it is today. There's no recommendation to relocate that. So that stays exactly where it is today. Back to the master plan, number 10 is then the what we're showing as a series of 6 tennis courts. And we would look to facilitate that at the Dill Hill site. What we learned during the master plan is the present configuration of the tennis courts being kind of 2 and 3 court configurations doesn't lend itself very well to a tournament type facility. When they staff tournaments, they're running back and forth from the Sherling complex down, and it's really tough to administer tournament play. We've also recognized that along the edges of the courts themselves, the debris over time is built up, creating some potential issues for drainage. And so we really look to create that facility, 6 courts together with the potential addition of a pickleball facility and then adjacent restrooms at the south end of Island Park. When you look at this facility, then this area would support about a 32 stall parking lot that would serve the tennis courts and pickleball courts and eliminate the need for kind of traffic pedestrians crossing the road.
And this Dill Hill, all that space that you're just referring to right now is currently just grass.
It's grass and a skinned infield softball field.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. So when we look then up to the left, number 12, we would propose or recommend the maintenance shop facility over time. This would be an ideal location for that to be reconstructed, very central to the park, but hidden in the trees. 13 is the existing gazebo, and the proposal here is to add just a soft level of pavement around the base and create a nice linear garden space. Number 15 is a woodland garden space, and then number 18 is a pollinator garden space. We received a lot of input during the public input process about the need for more gardens. There's even potential partners that would help potentially fund them and construct them. And so we really look at this entire space as a really a beautiful wedding event space. The entire gardens could be rented, and it could be really just a dynamic space to bring in adjacent to the historic gazebo. Around the edges of that are proposed walkways for access and accessibility. 14 and 17, located right in the center, is a proposal for a fountain and sculpture garden. Fountains and water features can really be found a lot in classic park design. And so in this facility, we've got some options for your consideration in terms of how that might be constructed. It could be a vertical structure, it could be something at grade. And then we've got an opportunity around the perimeter of that to create a sculpture gardens. Item number 16 is shown. That is a current re-investigation of what FMCT could become in the future. In the center is their pavilion. They would look to reconstruct that facility to keep a wing or 2 wings, one running east and west and one running north and south. That would create a buffered space for a potential outdoor amphitheater. And so tonight, as I understand, you will be considering an MOU between the Park District and FMCT to advance that space. So just diagrammatically, we've shown it in the master plan. This amphitheater space could support up to 300 people the way it's presently laid out. There is some room for expansion, but our understanding is that FMCT is going to take the lead in designing that space. They're working with a separate architect to really kind of investigate spatially what they can salvage and what can stay. But we really feel that that could be a great space using the sunken terrain that is there once the building is removed. And those 2 wings really lend themselves to a nice outdoor amphitheater space. Number 19 and 20, this area here is, we're programming that as a rain gardens. We came about this concept, we understood that there's poor drainage in this area. Some of the public input we've received indicated lots of mud and really difficult situations to maintain. So we would propose relocating that walkway just a little bit further to the south and then introducing a series of rain gardens, plants that can really tolerate wet conditions and don't require a significant amount of maintenance. We've got a couple of areas that boardwalks could cross that, so getting kids and folks from the YMCA back into the park, but it really allow this to be a space where they could use it for education, outreach, and just kind of enjoyment of nature in a rain garden environment. Number 21 is a proposal to relocate the basketball and handball courts to Dike West. We felt like that was a better adjacent use, being both active and made sense in terms of its location within Island Park. 22 then, as you can see, points to several different areas of the park. These are the proposed shared use paths. There's not a lot of significant change. We were able to keep this alignment through the center for the most part, but the design team really began looking at this idea of sweeping walkways, connections between direct points in the master plan. And so you will notice that there are some changes to the walkways subtly, but really trying to directly connect. And then hopefully our understanding and our hope is that those become easier to maintain in the winter. Right now there's conditions where sidewalks kind of tend to bob and weave a little bit more linearly. So if we kind of widen those and really think about connecting them in more of a looping configuration, they become a little bit easier to maintain in the winter. What we're really trying to get after here with the sidewalk configuration too is promoting internal park use, this idea of loops. We heard a lot during public engagement that people would love the ability to walk at their lunch and take a half a mile or 1 mile loop. So we started really looking at ways to create smaller loops within the space instead of it being more or less a pass through from north to south. Number 23 you'll see is a heritage tree preservation area. So we've kept a lot of pavement and higher use activities out of that preservation area. That's an area that in the master plan you'll see recommendations for how we can perpetuate that in the future. What additional species can continue to be added in there to continue that heritage tree canopy for many, many generations to come. Item number 24, which is a little bit difficult to see on the map, but is what we're calling a nature trail. So it's a 6 foot wide crushed stone material. It does not require any pavement or any trucks to install that, but really in more of a natural part of the park, and really allows, again, another loop. So if you branch off of the main walkway, it loops around and connects over to FMCT. And then there's another branch that connects to this shelter along 4th Street, but really provides kind of an escape to nature within the tree canopy within Island Park. Item number 25 is the relocation of the Gar monument or sculpture. It's presently located about right here. Once the pool facility is added and the public gathering space is firing on all cylinders, that monument felt a little bit out of place. So we would propose moving that further south in Island Park, yet still on alignment with Broadway. So when you're coming down Broadway, you'd still have views to that sculpture as you do today. It would just be tucked back a little further. And then in context, located relatively close to the existing Wergeland monument at number 26. So again, the legend is on the following page for when you review the master plan document. I'm just going to kind of quickly scan through the rest of the pages here just to give you a sense for what is in there in terms of your review. So we've got an area where we've given you some information on historic preservation resources. These are groups and agencies within the community that are available to help when there's questions or you'd like a little more input on some implementation potentially. So there's many groups within the community that are available to help. The rest of these pages really just give you a little more sense for what these spaces are and kind of what the description is. This is the gathering space. You can see an image, kind of what that feels like in terms of a vendor setup, maybe some unique paving, and just a nice blend, again, between that active and passive programming within the space. The pool location, I want to thank the Zerberg team for helping us with information along the way, providing images of what that space could look like. Really a beautiful addition to the park space, as you can see in the images provided. And included with that is the current programming that's being considered for the pool. This is an image of the what the historic pool grandstand could look like without the tennis courts in front. So in this image, we've superimposed, a turf surface. This could be a really beautiful space for just interpretive use, flying of kites, and it could be something where fitness classes could organize there. But you can see the context of the historic pool grandstand in the background. We want to advance that. Thank you. We had a lot of questions on where will our lawn space go if things are planned and programmed. I'm happy to report we've added the potential amount of lawn space to Island Park. So you can see on the lower right-hand corner of the key map, we are still maintaining the lawn space just south of the larger parking lot. The open meadow is being preserved, and then we've got the space that we talked about at the grandstand. Next slide. Again, this is some further recommendations on off-street parking, kind of indicating some opportunities here for adjacent landscaping and potentially some stormwater management at the edges of those parking facilities. Next. This is a zoomed in view of the potential amphitheater at Fmct. So you can see that footprint fits in really well with the terrain and the existing tree canopy. And then we're giving some ideas in terms of materials. Again, that heavy timber and stone appearance that would fit in well with the context of the park itself. Next slide. Here we've got a couple of options, again, for the sculpture garden and fountain area at the center of the park. The image on the top just indicates something that would be more at grade or potentially sunken. And the bottom image is one that the design team looked at in terms of a historic interpretation. We took the idea of the existing, I don't exactly know what it is. It might be a chimney or it's a old shower facility, but we kind of blew that up 2 times the scale and looked at what that might look like as a water feature. Thinking that could really tie in well with the history of the park. Next slide. A little bit further detail on the picnic shelters and natural play area. So the images on the top, again, showing wood, stone and steel, durable materials for long-term use. And then looking at the natural play systems, these can be manufactured systems to look natural. So those are all engineered logs, and so in terms of ensuring those facilities, those can still be done, but we'd like to see Island Park facilitate something like that versus kind of the more traditional plastic and metal type furnishings. Next slide. This is just an image of the sport courts or the tennis court facility that we talked about. The question was asked, so if we would like to implement the tennis courts at Dill Hill, could we start planting trees now? And the answer is yes. So the image on the screen shows, you know, a mature tree canopy that could be achieved at Dill Hill with the option of starting to plant trees now, so that when the time comes and those facilities are upgraded or replaced, that site, you know, kind of looks and feels a lot like what they currently have today.
Is there
Next
any
slide.
potential space for pickleball in the same area at all, or?
There is. So the pickleball courts are just to the
Oh,
north of the
okay.
tennis courts.
Got
There's room for about 3 or 4 pickleball courts. Art integration, this was one recurring theme throughout the public input process. People really liked the idea of art and sculpture within Island Park, and there's really an amazing local group of artists that could help develop these ideas further. One of the other things we really liked about the sculptural elements is that it ties in with Broadway. So some of these concepts, when you look at what you'd see in downtown Fargo, maybe we could emulate that within the park. And these start to really become dynamic entryways, inviting people in, providing some additional lighting. And again, it's another opportunity to tell the story of Island Park through some interpretation. Next slide. Just a snapshot of those garden spaces. Whether it's the rain gardens or the woodland garden or pollinator garden, you can start to see, you know, kind of what that looks like within a park space. And again, one of the most highly ranked comments on Mind Mixer was the ability to incorporate more types of plant material, perennials, different species than what you see today. Next slide. Winter programming. You're doing a great job of this today. We see some opportunities in the future, especially with the new bathhouse. We'd really love to see the cross-country ski trails start and end and at the bathhouse, a little bit of a reconfiguration. But then that public gathering space really becomes a 4-season and really dynamic space in the winter. So considerations there are snow and ice sculpture festivals, temporary candle-lit ski trail events, holiday tree lightings, some snow painting and outdoor games. Really popular within the last few years has been the outdoor bonfires and people renting kind of those temporary igloo structures. And so we could see some spaces there adjacent to the bathhouse being really highly utilized. And of course, winter food markets and booths during the winter. Next slide. The lighting that is within the park we feel is really a nice lighting standard. We'd like to recommend you continue using that. There's a significant amount of those in the park already, so there's really no need, in our opinion, to change that. Continue to use that, and of course, as you add those or change those LED fixtures to retrofit would be a good selection. Next slide. We've included some site furnishings, programming and packages, again, all powder coated steel, upgrading the water fountains and trash receptacles to a powder coated steel or cast iron, giving you some ideas for color, black or darker shades of green. Next slide. Just quickly, some plantings and vegetation recommendations to really provide some color, additional color and texture within the park. Next slide. Next. One idea here again is a way to tell the story about Island Park. Several similar community parks across the nation, and especially historic parks like Island Park, have found a way to really tangibly show their history in an artistic way. So we really felt this was something to be considered in the future, possibly located at the grandstand area where you could start to show the timeline of Island Park and really do that in an artistic and meaningful way to help people learn about the history of not only Island Park, but Fargo itself. Next slide. You'll see in the recommendations, and this came from the public input, is the establishment of an Island Park Conservancy. We also felt that this was a great idea. This could be, again, maybe it's the Citizen Advisory Committee continues in a capacity that helps provide guidance and some ideas in terms of improvements at Island Park. It could also be structured in a way that they could help with fundraising, private capital fundraising and public-private partnerships. And so the Fargo Park District also already has a 501c3, so maybe this is an opportunity to amalgamate that or roll that into that, that arm that functions today. Next slide. Next. Okay, so finally, we want to talk a little bit about what we've been able to put together in terms of phasing and implementation. So as you can see on the screen, 3 separate phases. The blue is 0 to 5 years. The red is 5 to 10 years. And the green is 10 to 20 years of an implementation strategy. So when we start to look at 0 to 5 years, of course, that's everything related to and adjacent to the pool facility. In that case, you would upgrade this parking lot. You would construct this one. You would construct the sidewalks that are necessary to accommodate the gathering space, and of course, the pool and bathhouse facility. Phase 2 is a relatively simple phase, which is basically just connecting up sidewalks. Sorry, I missed FMCT, also included in phase 1 is our assumption. Again, so phase 2 is connection of some sidewalks and the rain garden facility. And then phase 3 is by far the most robust, kind of time consuming and costly phase. That includes the relocation of the tennis courts and the establishment of the pickleball courts to Dill Hill. And then what that does is opens up those areas that were formerly tennis courts to revised and new park development. Next slide.
And Brett, with your idea with the phases there, the tennis court piece is as the tennis courts as they exist now, they end their useful life, is what you'd be projecting.
Yeah. And thank you for that. Great question. The reason those are forecasted out to that 10 to 20 year time frame is because those courts were just recently resurfaced. They're in really good condition today. So as the lifespan of those exceeds and terminates, then you would look to reconstruct them somewhere else. So next slide, we've included, and I want to caveat this by saying these are rough order magnitude costs. So kind of looking at big picture items and also providing you some allowances for certain elements. So when you look at this, these are not all hard costs, but they include elements for, say, landscape improvements or allowances for lighting. So as these spaces are designed further, if they're advanced into design, then you'd want to take a closer look at kind of what these numbers are. But phase 1, when we looked at kind of rough order magnitude cost, and we included a 25% planning level contingency. And then we also included estimated inflation, which all of us in the room today know that it's really hard to pin down inflation. We've estimated it now at 3%, but that's a moving target, very difficult to ascertain. But phase 1 is looking at about 2.8 million for those improvements. Again, when you look at phase 2, again, 5 to 10 years, same methodology, 25% contingency, allowances within that, 2.3 million. And then if you can advance to the next slide, please. Phase 3, which is the 10 to 20 year improvements, including, again, tennis courts and all the items that we had listed in green. This one gets pretty inflated. If you were to use today's numbers, you'd be at about 4.7 million, but adding in the contingency and a pretty hefty amount of inflation at about 45%, tax on another 2.5 million. So rough order magnitude on phase 3 then is sitting at about 9.4 million if you were to project that out 15 years. And so the phasing and implementation and the cost ends up being one of the final elements in the master plan document. And so at this time, I'd like to summarize and really thank the Fargo Park District and Park Board for allowing us to participate in this master plan with you. We are here for questions as well, so I'm sure if there's things that we moved through you want to circle back to, we'd be happy to answer those questions and receive any other input that you'd like to offer. Just as a final point, the master plan document will be posted to MindMixer. And again, we'll keep that open and kind of monitor input and engagement on that. And then We are going to look ahead about a month. We'll come back and provide the final printed documents to the park board. And that'll include the appendices, which are kind of the summary of the input received over the course of the entire project. So with that said, thank you for your attention, and we'll stand for questions.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for, your guys' hard work and dedication, our staff, and getting all the input to help with that too. You got a lot of great options and a lot of great ideas there. I think, the nice thing about the phasing process is that we're going to have an opportunity to keep looking as each phase goes to make sure that that's what we want and need based off of growth and just where the world is at the moment. Just one quick thing. So, this is just based off my personal feedback. I know you guys got way more feedback that you've got conglomerated than I do. Some people I've heard were like, leave the grass at Dill Hill alone. We want, that open space. They got, we have played kickball league there at one time?
Kickball's at Lindenwood right now.
Okay, but we had at one time played
We
it over
did,
there.
yep.
Yeah.
We used to play co-ed softball there.
Okay.
So, yep.
So, I mean, was that, I understand that geographically, it makes sense to get those tennis courts together, and that's the place to put it. And you can turn the old tennis court space back over to green spaces, even though it's not as then obviously is one big spot. But okay, I'll let you talk.
No, great question. There was not a significant amount of comments about the turf and field at Dill Hill.
Okay.
And it might have been the way the material was presented. It will be interesting to see now with this out to see what comments we receive about that. But to answer your question, there was not a significant amount of comments one way or the other about that space.
Okay.
It is a beautiful space and it functions well. But over time, when we looked at the interior of the park and the fences and the pavement that's in there, does it make sense to replace that in the future? Because they create barriers to get across the park.
Sure.
And so something to look at in the future when those courts become time to replace them, do you look at something like Dill Hill?
Yeah, as a super fan of Dill Hill, I'm glad that it's in phase 3, because that does give us time to really decide, is this the right place and should this go here, and
Right.
see if there's other configurations that make more sense. And like you said, getting the next round of input from the public will be helpful too.
Yeah, no, I will say there was one comment from a citizen advisory committee member that's like, hey, send me that, because if we can raise the money sooner, we can get that going. I'm saying it somewhat tongue in cheek, but I think there was a sense of that's happening too late in the process. And, why do we want to wait 15 years to do some of those things? So we might get a little of both.
Sure.
And we'll see what happens.
I've been hearing too that that area of Dill Hill is underutilized, and some people don't even realize that it's part of the park. So it's kind of like all of a sudden we have Island Park, and then all of a sudden there's really nothing going on there. And I think it would be great to tie it together.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Also, one other just quick comment about Dill Hill. It's a beautiful space to walk to from the adjacent neighborhoods. So once there's a little bit more active programming there in terms of tennis and pickleball, you're really going to encourage the neighborhood to walk to those facilities too.
I just wanted to piggyback on Joe with the thank yous, because you were really our first big swing at public input.
Yeah.
And, we kind of jumped all in, and the staff went all in, and we've done a number of things trying to figure out how do we get as much public input as we can. And I think we've learned some things along the way.
Yes.
And the next time we're going to be that much better for it. But I just, you guys went through this with us, and I appreciate the extra time that was taken to make sure we tried to get as much public input as we did.
I know we're jumping an agenda item by me talking about this, but I appreciate you going in there and looking at what that pool looks like in that different location. Obviously, you had to stretch it or whatever, but I think it woke the community up, and they no matter what side of the coin they're on, they got vocal and stuff. So appreciate that because yeah, it's risky when you go out and talk about doing something big like that. But obviously we all communicated very well that it was just an idea and we had to explore it, right? Appreciate it.
So I'd like to ask too, you said that the Citizen Advisory Committee is enthusiastic and would be potentially willing to continue. So are your meetings with them completed at this point?
They are completed. We outlined 2 to 3 in the scope, and we actually held 3. Numbers started to taper off at the 3rd one. And I don't know if that was because it's summertime and people are really busy, or the project spanned 6 months. And so, you know, you have to work really hard to keep people engaged. And so it's not uncommon that people somewhat taper off, but our observations of them, very dedicated, very willing to share information, and a lot of follow-up emails, personal emails saying, hey, what can we do to, you know, keep the momentum going here? So.
Wonderful.
I was just going to build on what Joe said, and that is that there was a time we were just going to drop the pool in and figure out the master plan for the park later, and that just didn't seem right. So this now has been a logical process. Even though the pool is going to be in the same spot that it is now, we have at least arrived at it in a logical, thoughtful way. So now you can feel comfortable that we are putting it in the right spot. So
I want to just say thank you to the community members that got on Mind Mixer and attended all of the meetings that we had, because it really helps guide this process on how people use the park. And I think that's really an important piece that sometimes we forget about because we get busy making decisions. So I just want to say thank you. I'm sure everyone's listening.
Or they're standing in line to vote.
Possibly, but I think that's just such a huge piece to this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you send us a final draft or final recommendation packet.
Yep.
And the Mind Mixer will continue after that?
Yeah,
After it goes out?
We're going to post it to Mind Mixer, and we'll kind of monitor input. We'll get a heavy amount right away, and then as it starts to taper off and we see that no new comments are being added, we'll close that. And as part of our scope of services, you'll get 10 copies printed and bound of this document. And included with that will be the summary of public input received with that. So that'll likely be sometime in about a month. And then we'll sit down with the Fargo Park District staff. We have something called a closeout meeting. And that's where we'd like to share information about what you feel went well with this process, what we could do better, just kind of lessons learned, and gives us a chance to kind of see how things went, and gives us kind of a post-op of the process. So we can continue to improve and do this better the next time. So
theoretically, our relationship is pretty much over. You'll give your final report? No. Well, you know what I'm saying though, under the circumstances, right? Like we would obviously,
the scope,
getting close to the second phase or whatever, hopefully we would come back to you and re-explore exactly what that phase looks like.
So there's not much remaining scope left. Again, the closeout meeting, but once the document's delivered and we have the closeout, then that'll kind of formally end the scope of services that was agreed upon. So.
Well,
Write a check, Brock.
well, thank you to both RDG and AGL for your time and energy, and might have been more than you expected, but we appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
Okay. Which takes us right into the next one. Board to discuss the location of the outdoor pool replacement at Island Park. Kevin Bowe, presenter.
So I believe Brett covered a lot of it. Part of the input meetings, the 2 input meetings that we had, as well as the Mind Mixer information that's coming through, it's overwhelmingly that the place to put Island Park Pool is in the existing location of Island Park Pool. So unless you really have any questions, I guess it's pretty cut and dried at this point.
Well, like we've discussed before, here we are, but at the end of the day, the pool's going to be down for a year, right? And we didn't just we just didn't take the pool down for a year and put the new pool in and not explore other options. So at the end of the day, the citizens are making the decision for the pool to be down for the year, which is a good thing because we're not just making that decision for them. It was explored and there was a lot of polarizing feelings, which is great because I think we all, if we didn't think we already knew we had a sense of Island Park and its value to the community, everybody that I talked to about this, no matter what generation they're from, has passion about Island Park, and that was crazy. So while ultimately, yes, we're gonna have to take the pool down for a year to put it back in its current location, that is the recommendation by the majority of the people that were involved in the
So
process.
does this
Yeah.
require a motion?
Yes,
Yes.
I'd rather be in the right spot and miss
Absolutely.
one pool season than have it in the wrong spot because we didn't want to skip a pool season.
Right. Yep.
Yeah,
And we'll start working with Tony right away and his team with Zerberg. So we'll start moving on that once the decision is made.
All right, so I move to accept the recommendation from the consultants to reconstruct the pool in its current location as presented in the Island Park Master Pool Report.
Second.
we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Dave, please pull the board.
Commissioner Griggs,
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch,
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rosted,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 5, board to discuss the future ice needs with local user groups related to the Fargo Park Sports Complex. Commissioner Griggs and Commissioner Dawson presenters.
Well, I'll start. Very near the time of the groundbreaking for the Fargo Park Sports Complex, I thought to myself, it's unfortunate that when this whole project was pitched, it included turf, courts, ice. It covered a multitude of sports. And when we were standing out at the site actually that day, I said to Vicki, I feel like we've come a long way. It's the biggest project ever for the Fargo Park District and it's great for our community, but it feels still kind of undone. And so we started talking a little bit about what that means. And disclaimer, I'm a swim mom, so I learned hockey and I use the wrong terms regularly. But we talked about it somewhat and Vicki educated me a little bit and we just talked about what's happening in our community. And the Green Place study that we did in 2016 that we're using for the Fargo Sports Complex as it sits right now is included ice. And I think it probably, the whole big project was much larger than even what we have today, but it still doesn't currently have it. I understand it's a cost issue. But we started talking about it and Vicki introduced me to a few people in the hockey community, some who are here tonight. I learned a little bit more about how things go. In our family, my kids will lament about this, but we had the Griggs family rules that you had to be a member of a team activity, which could have been a sport or it could have been the debate club. I didn't care. And you had to have an art or some kind of cultural, so band, choir, arts, your choice, and you had to do well, the best you could in school, and those were family values. And so as I think about this, there are a lot of kids, I've learned that there are 1,000 kids or more in our community that participate in hockey, and that's just one of the many art things. We continued to visit and talk about this, and I remembered when I first started, Commissioner Rosted introduced me to Mike Hartle. And I had never met Mike. I'd met his dad previously, but I'd never met Mike. And he talked about the development of the sport and how they created access, affordable access for all kids who wanted to participate in hockey. And after 4 years of talking about park things, as you can see, our very complex agenda tonight takes us around and around. The one thing I remembered from that conversation was the amount of time and personal not just time, but finances and how the whole, and I believe they were with Fargo, he was with Fargo Youth Hockey.
Correct.
And that was put back into the community and into the sport, paying it back, not just taking. And it was about getting younger kids involved and being affordable for everybody. So in the past few weeks, I've learned a lot about hockey. There are two major groups in our community in Fargo. The thing that stands out to me is that the access for the kids ages 4 to 9 get pushed out of their recommended ice time based on the ADM, American Development Model, because the bigger kids need the ice for competition. And so they get pushed out of practices. And I have a good friend who's a hockey mom. Her kids are all grown and starting to have their own families. And I asked her about it today. I said, so when your kids were mites and termites, which she was immediately impressed that I knew what that meant, how many times a week did they skate? And she said, I don't know, 3 or 4. And I said, okay. And now I think they're down to 1 because of the limited accessibility that kids have. The other thing I learned is that, like I said, there are about 1,000 kids in our community that participate in hockey, and girls hockey has grown over 56% in the last decade. And just in case no one knew, 2022 is the 50th anniversary of Title IX. Just a little side note. The Sunmart Arena is going to go away in 2023. And some of the things that happen at Sunmart Arena are sled hockey. They use this facility, so they'll be displaced. There are figure skaters. There are other groups that need homes. Broomball, open skating, adult leagues will benefit as well to ice. If we looked at 2 sheets of ice at the Fargo Parks Sports Complex, it really nets 1 extra sheet of ice in our community. It also brings a partnership with the Fargo Park District and the youth hockey organizations in our community to build together instead of us build our facility and potentially someone else builds a facility somewhere else in our community. And we're all, nonprofits and potentially not paying taxes on that funding. And so we've got buildings that may not be taxable for our constituency. So to me, instead of competing for funding in our community, we should work together to vet this process out, to understand we've got the studies. The study we used for the whole Fargo Park Sports Complex is the same study that told us what was needed for ice. I know it's expensive. I understand that completely. I know that we have been striving to get to a 50-50 match with private public funding for this project. And I think that we still need to work for that as a goal in the future. But I hope that between the staff and the commissioners, as we look at this and we discuss the MOU tonight, that we'll consider when we're moving forward to determine if this is the time to add this amenity to the sports complex, not just for Fargo Parks, not just for Fargo youth hockey in our community, but also for ice enthusiasts in general. Kevin has got some great examples of how these spaces can be used. One thing that was intriguing to me is that maybe when the ice is off, courts are in or turf is in, or I don't know what anything could be in. I think we need to really study it and be serious and sincere about moving forward on how we can make this happen in our community.
So I'm here to pick up where she missed. Boy, that was very good, Stacy. That really sums up what we've been trying to do here over just the last month-ish.
6 weeks maybe.
And it's been fun to watch the Angels and the Freeze together and everybody trying to figure out how are we going to make this happen and how do we make it work for everybody. It really is about the public-private partnership. Both organizations are prepared to make a substantial pledge towards a project. They understand, they know the cost of ice better than just about anybody and understand that, if they want to be part of this, they're going to have to be part of it and are willing to make a significant pledge, larger than anyone we've seen from a youth group or a user group for that matter. and, know that that has to be part of it. Multi-use was a big part of our conversation of, what do we do with this building when we don't want ice in it? And how do we make the best use of it? And Kevin did a really nice job helping us with that as far as what are some of the things we can do in here. Understanding that if the building does not have ice in it 6 months of the year, we need to figure out what we're going to do with it the other half to make it as viable and useful and return on our investment as we can do. Since we have a shortage of courts, as well as the shortage of ice, putting these 2 sheets in would help resolve some of that need for those other months. So that can be a win there as well. What we have here today is a basic MOU. There is a draft that went out in the packet, but there's actually another draft that that Jeff brought along with. I don't know if you want to hand it out, Jeff. That just has, it's similar to the other MOUs. Just a memo of understanding that the 3 organizations are going to join together and want to work towards adding ice to the Fargo Park Sports Complex and what that would entail. I don't know if you want me to go through it, if you guys want to go through it. Most of it is the same as what was in your packet. There's just a couple of things in here about the objective is to construct 2 sheets of ice in the initial phase with expected completion date of the spring of 2024. Ice does not take as long as the rest of the building to build, and so they can get a behind the game start and still be caught up to finish about the same time as the rest of the complex opens. Important pieces to this would be that the Angels and the Fargo Youth Hockey are committed to maximizing the ice utilization within Fargo in addition to these proposed sheets of ice. So if these sheets are built, they're not going to say, well, we don't want to be at the Coliseum anymore. We don't want to be at the sports arena anymore. It's going to be using what they use already at this point, plus adding in what ice is available at the new complex. It talks about entering into formal agreements, long-term agreements that would include rental agreements at the rate that's necessary for, whether it's 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And then obviously a lot of this is based on the 2016 Green Place study. So at this point, I don't know if you guys have questions, if you want to ask us questions. Stacy will field any hockey question.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we've discussed hockey, obviously our sheets of ice being in the, in the process, and we'd like to get more courts in there too, and several other things. But obviously, as Stacy said, money is the issue at the time being. So in these discussions, that's awesome that other entities are going to bring monies to the table. But did you guys discuss how we would potentially, like, any ideas for how we would potentially come to the table with the money?
Well, we're not the accounting department, but
Oh.
we've got, I think the starting point is determining what was needed, like what our youth hockey programs need in this ice. It would be bare bones, from what I understand, just a bare bones practice facility.
Yes, so it would be 2 youth sheets. And so if you remember, Joe, the potential was, sorry, Stacy, was for there to be 3 sheets of ice eventually within that footprint. And so the idea would be these 2 sheets would be youth sheets to provide the ice that's needed for the kids with enough spectator area for, you, me and your kids and your grandparents and whoever to come and watch. Nothing championship level. That 3rd sheet could be that championship sheet of ice if we so decided we wanted it to be something more stunning or elaborate or needed seating for more people. But the 2 sheets would be youth hockey rinks.
Right. So, initially what we need to do is come to an agreement that it's something we want to pursue so that the staff can work with the architects and engineers who have been working on the sports complex already to determine how this fits in so it looks like part of the project appropriately, and then what the cost is, and determine whether or not it's something. Then at that point, we direct accounting to determine how we can absorb, or how much more fundraising needs to be done, or, how it fits in there.
Sure.
We, because we don't know exact numbers, we could guess all day long, and even people in the business are struggling to see what that costs today with the way our economy is going. But I don't think that is a good enough reason to not pursue it. I think it's the fact that we have organizations who are really, like Vicki said, coming with the largest donation of this type to us. And we haven't even determined if we're going to move forward, but it's still worth it to vet it out and to talk about it, because, fingers crossed, there's a way forward with this.
Sure.
That is a win-win for the Fargo Parks and the hockey groups. But not only that, I think about my son's young friend who is a figure skater in high school, and she'd have to be figure skating at 5 a.m. And, how do those sports grow? And how do we, that success breeds success, and, how do we get the mites and the termites on the ice under the recommended model so that their organizations continue to sustain themselves?
Sure.
Well, I think this is a fantastic way to get started. And similar to the sports complex, we had stops along the way in the planning. We got to point A, we decided, do we want to proceed? Yep, we're going to proceed. We got to point B. But this is right now is a commitment to actually get serious and look at this and figure out what the way ahead looks like. When we get to the next stopping point, it's going to be a collection of us and the Angels and Fargo Youth Hockey to go, what's our next step here? And do we proceed? So this isn't committing us necessarily to put a shovel in the ground next week, but it's committing us to saying, yeah, we're serious about this. We want to get this done. And I think that's the right step to take right now.
So I'd just like to, it seems like there are an awful lot of questions. I'm not opposed in any way to the memorandum of understanding, but I would like to ask Kevin if he thinks that we need to do a little more sleuthing, studying before we go forward with the memo of understanding.
Well, I think that would be all part of the process.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'd investigate that, even working with the architects to find out what the actual cost is of building these two facilities, ideally one, but I mean, there's several steps that need to be taken, but we just need the direction from the commissioners if you want to proceed that way.
Sure.
So then to proceed, and so I guess, how long does a memo of understanding last? Does it have any kind of end date, or is something to be determined, or a direction to be taken, or does it dissolve at some point?
I would defer to Jeff. Gonna comment on that.
I mean, so first of all, really the only binding part of this MOU that's on there is that the park district is agreeing to bear the expenses of, the schematic design and the cost estimate, the fees that are going to be associated with that. Beyond that, as Jerry pointed out, everything else will be a stop sign at some point of, we get that design, we get the cost, all right, stop sign. What do you guys do? It'll be another board action. And so, I mean, in a lot of ways, this is like a feel-good document. You guys could sit here and say, we don't need this. We're just going to direct staff to move forward with schematic design, move forward with cost analysis. And as part of that, just like everything else, they would go to the user groups as they've done with the sports complex. There wasn't MOUs with basketball organizations or anything. So from that standpoint, I'd just say the MOU is more of just like a good faith token to these organizations, show that you guys are committed. I don't even necessarily think it's necessary. You guys could just direct staff to move forward. I mean, there'd probably be conversations with Brock about how do you pay for the expenses of schematic design and everything else. Otherwise, I mean, we could put an end date in here, but as the last paragraph then notes is that this is an intent, but it doesn't create any obligations beyond the park district agreeing to pay for the design work, so.
Well, what I was wondering is whether the departments or department administration wanted to do any more study before agreeing to this, or does the memo of understanding, as you say, just a feel good sort of thing? What is your opinion on that?
I guess I'd leave, I mean, be kind of up to the directors, I guess. I mean, obviously the changes were made last minute.
Well, that was the
You
other
know, I
question I
mean,
was gonna
I
have
mean,
is-
one way to look at it would be to say you could direct staff today to, you know, move forward with schematic design and everything else. And this could be presented at a later date, so you'd still be moving something forward today.
That
You know.
would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea for us to, I mean, if we don't have it out there right now, I mean, we at one time had the design when we originally had it where it would fit in there, and theoretically it's sitting there still where it should be, correct? And where you're at right now, Greg, with it? I just worry about doing a memo of understanding with one group, but not with the other groups. You know, volleyball obviously is said they've got people that they're turning away. I just, that's my only apprehension. I'm absolutely all for the idea that we definitely want to get hockey in the next phase. And I think if we don't have the cost estimate and the design and all the stuff that we're talking about, we should definitely move forward with that.
One thing that's different between this particular proposal and the project that we moved forward with before is that we did the study, we determined what should go into that based on the study, and then we picked the pieces of the project based on budget. And so we didn't solicit in that manner. We weren't offered anything in that manner. This is an opportunity where groups are coming to us saying, we want to partner on this.
Sure.
And there's a need and something's going to be done. And do we want to be part of that something, or do we want to back away and wait for another day on our own?
Well, I'm just wondering whether those groups have actually talked to the directors directly. They have been meeting with them?
We had a meeting, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. I can't remember. June 1st. Okay, June 1st with Dave Leaker, Carolyn Boutain, Kevin Bowe, Commissioner Dawson and myself, and Paul Noah. Jennifer Thompson was on video, and Dan Ness. And was there someone else?
Jordy Christian.
Jordy Christian.
Yep.
And discussed how this would work and does it make sense? You know, so one of the questions I have tried to keep as my mantra through this whole process of being a park board commissioner is, you know, does it fit our mission? Does it serve our customers? And is it sustainable? And so those are the questions that we go through with this. Well, this serves our customers. It fits our mission. The question is, how sustainable is it? And can we, you know, does it fit our financial picture at this point?
So go ahead, Carolyn.
Just to answer John's question, yes, we met at that meeting. It was asked what the next steps should be. The staff recommended that we would come to the board and ask for direction from the staff, but we did not say that we would recommend that a final MOU would be adopted at this meeting.
That's what I'm thinking would be the best step. Since you've begun to meet, there isn't any reason why that can't continue. And at the appropriate time, the MOU would be presented again to the board of directors here, the commissioners.
So
That would be my recommendation.
one other significant difference between the other groups and these two groups is that these two groups came to us. One of them was going to do a capital campaign on their own building and decided against it because they wanted to be part of this. And this is millions of dollars we're talking about, not, you know, hey, we're going to give $50,000 towards something. The other organization is looking to build their own building because they will have no ice in another year, which will cost them many millions of dollars as well. So they are looking to put their millions of dollars and pledge both these groups towards this. That's the big difference between the other organizations and what we're building now. and what these organizations are willing to do. They're willing to come forward on the front end with significant pledges. The other organizations are, hey, we want to use this building.
Is there any reason that we couldn't continue this to the next meeting?
Run it through facilities like we usually do.
Well, there is a concern for one of the two organizations because, again, they won't have a home and they have to make a decision whether they're going to be part of this or whether they're going to be part of off on their own.
Well, a month I don't think would make any difference. I wouldn't think. I mean, I would just think that it would be given greater consideration. I'm not opposed to it in the least. It just seems like it's happening really fast.
And I'm the same way. I 100% agree, and I empathize with it, that what you're saying is the timeline. But then at the same time, if we don't sign this right now, and then they're going to move forward separately, well, so then they're really believing that this is a 100% deal, that we're moving forward together. Otherwise, why do we have to have this formal document? Why can't we direct the staff to move forward with finding out what the costs are, sitting down at the table and discussing the things? Why can't we do what we want to do together without having to have this formal document, of which we still haven't heard from Jeff yet, what the difference between what just got put in front of us at this last second and what we've had in our board packet since Thursday is. I'm trying to read
So
them.
are you okay with this MOU, but not the other MOU?
Well, I thought we were coming to discuss it, but my point is that I think we should absolutely work together with the group, as Don's saying, and we should figure out what the costs are and move forward in discussions together. But I'm just not understanding the need for moving the memo of understanding through right now tonight at this board meeting.
Yeah, exactly. And if it's a feel-good sort of thing, I'm completely behind the project. But if it's if it's feel-good, great, but it always is nice to have some more information.
Well, I think that the more information will come, and to me, it's more than a feel good because, I've been on the board 6 years, and the past 2 years, Don, since you've been on the board, we haven't talked much about ice, but those first 4 years, we talked a lot about ice, and we were pushing and trying. The genesis of the sports complex was we were going to build 2 sheets of ice at Davies. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, maybe we should think about, an indoor turf. And all of a sudden we morphed into this project and ice was still there. Suddenly along the lines, ice got quietly dropped off and we were told that the youth hockey, they were fine with the amount of ice they had. They didn't need any extra ice. There was other ice in the community. And so, to hear that they're interested in coming to us and saying, we want to get this done, that changes my whole scope on this. I think that, we owe it to these people because, I think that this signals strongly to the staff that the board wants to get this project going. Now, obviously, like I said earlier, we still will have stop signs to hit, but I think we need to send a clear message that both to our friends in the youth organizations, as well as to our staff, that we're committed to get this thing going, and that we're not going to study it and not come up with, kick it down the road and never come to a conclusion.
I 100% am support of every single thing that you said today. I'm just not understanding why we have to have this memo of understanding done today. And I don't know what the difference is between the one that just got put in front of us by Jeff and the one that's here. Can somebody share it with me?
Yes.
I'm not.
There isn't much. I don't have the other one. I know that number.
So the difference is number 4 on the one on your left, Joe.
Okay.
Just says that the Angels and Fargo Youth Hockey are committed to maximizing the ice utilization within Fargo in addition to these proposed sheets of ice. So it means this is good for us because it's saying they're not going to just pick up their skates, puck, and go and say, we're not going to the Coliseum. We don't want to go there. We just want to go to the fun new place. So they're going to maintain the hours they use at the existing places.
Guarantees us
And
that if we.
They're going to use the new ice as well.
Okay.
The second Number 5 on there just talks about that we're going to enter into formal agreements for renting ice. So we want them to make a long-term commitment to the ice. Not that the Angels say, well, we need it for this year, and the Freeze say, well, we only need it for 3 years, and then they're done. So they'd be basically signing long-term ice agreements, similar to Fargo Youth Hockey has done this with Farmers Union. They do it with Shields in order to be able to utilize it for the tournaments. It makes a commitment to the park district by those organizations saying they are going to commit to X number of ice hours per year at the rate designated for X number of years.
Sure.
And then the last one on here, which actually I think is very similar to what it is. I think it's just way the wording is. It just says this doesn't obligate either party to actually build the sheets of ice. It's basically saying, well, it's a memo of understanding, similar to what we're doing for FMCT. I don't think.
Number
There's
3.
some changes to number 2 as well. We removed the ice feasibility study. I think.
Oh, yes. So
Can
number
speak to
2
that.
asked for an ice feasibility study to be done. But since we've done one, it didn't seem to make sense to do another ice feasibility study. But I think otherwise number 2, and number 2 is saying, hey, all 3 parties are going to work together to determine the financial viability and possible funding sources for the proposed sheets of ice, which is part of what they're going to come to us with as far as a pledge, a financial pledge saying, if you build this ice, this organization is going to commit X millions of dollars, and this organization is going to commit X millions of dollars. They will likely be the same. One of them may want to do naming rights. The other one may not want to do naming rights, and that's really the next big step for us is going to be how much does it cost and what are they willing to commit to? And then how do we, like we've done with the rest of the building, how do we bridge that gap?
I'm just wondering is the length of this process or the length of the memo of understanding. You know, if some of these things can drag on for years, and how often will we be getting reports on the progress of this memo of understanding? Is it something indefinite or is?
Well, and I think that's to that point, I think that is what's kind of important for me is that if we adopt an agreement, that gives staff direction to move quickly, immediately to move forward with this. If we throw it out and want to talk about it again, as we know, sometimes there's so much going on in the park district that things get lost. And we hear about it again in 3 months and we wonder what happened to this. I wonder what's happening. Oh, we haven't heard back. I think for me, this is a matter of timing on many levels. How do we get it? It would be important if it could open at the same time the rest of the complex opens. The good news is, like Vicki said, it doesn't take as long to build as the rest of it. So we can be doing the design portion of that as they're scraping ground out there and getting ready for the rest of it. But to direct staff to move forward, to determine the scope, the schematics, the cost, and the path forward to paying for this, I think are really important to move in a very timely manner, because 1 month drags on to 3, drags on to 6, and pretty soon there's an opportunity where we won't be able to get in the ground to get this portion of the phase built so that it can all come together at the same time and be a fairly complete project.
And keeping in mind that in another year, one of these organizations will have no ice.
Right.
So I don't suppose there's any willingness to discuss the monetary, say, if you wanted to call it a match.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's part of the process. We don't know how much it costs.
No, I know that, but what about the match from the other side, the partnership, the understanding between the park district and the other 2 ice entities? Do you know how much money that they are planning to put forward?
Not specifically, no.
Okay,
No, but
well, that would
it is
impress
several
me.
million dollars.
Several million.
Yes.
Okay.
It's substantial in comparison with the donations that we've received through the foundation efforts.
I mean, there,
And it's substantial enough where we really should not turn on, we should really take it quite seriously and act on it because it could be a very huge lost opportunity.
yeah, one,
Somebody should make a motion.
A motion to accept the memorandum of understanding or a motion to direct staff.
Or,
whichever one you're willing to do.
Well,
Are you making a motion right now?
I would like to know what, I mean, the part of our discussion is like, where's our comfort level? You know, I mean,
Here's my concern. I hate having this concern and feeling like I'm wrong for having this concern in the fact that I 100% support the idea of 2 sheets at least of ice at the sports complex eventually. But Vicky and I have said, as we're campaigning, that we're not in a position where we're interested in raising more costs for the situation right now. And we're looking for 4 more courts. We're looking for 2 sheets of ice. We're looking at those things. It's on Craig and the park district. I hate to put you on the spot, Craig, but to be looking for those other private monies. And I just don't, we don't have all the information, and I understand why we don't necessarily, as far as numbers and stuff go, but I just feel there's this huge push to get this memo of understanding done, yet at the same time, don't worry, there's no obligation, and I don't understand that. I fully 100% support a motion that directs our staff to get that information, do everything that you theoretically want done, and give them a timeline in that it has to be done and the information has to be brought forward in. 100% support that.
okay, somebody needs to rephrase that.
all right. Well,
So let me just, so the reason there's a sense of urgency, well, one, when Stacy and I were first talking about this with the groundbreaking, it was Stacy knew her days were numbered and she wanted to be part of this. And so we tried to have meetings and try and figure things out quickly. The more important thing is that we have an organization who potentially could bring us a significant dollar pledge, who will at some point in the very near future, we might even be on the ledge of that has to make a decision for their organization. There are 165 skaters who, if they don't find a home for them, will not have a place to play. And so the sense of urgency isn't us necessarily trying to shove something through. It's that one of these organizations has to make a decision, and they can't live on a hope. They have to live on a, okay, we are really moving forward, and they can make a decision. Both these organizations want to be with Fargo Parks. They are Fargo organizations. Their kids have grown up in the Fargo Parks. They use all our facilities. They want to be part of it. Their problem is one of the organizations is stuck with having to make a decision in order to have ice for their kids in 2 years.
and as far as numbers go, I mean, we've talked about numbers, but I'm not willing to quote anything because it's all dependent on so many factors.
Fair.
We just know it's a multi-million-dollar pledge. And I know this is a lot, and it feels very jammed, which I'd feel just like you if I were you.
If I was sitting in that meeting last week, I might feel differently because I'm where I'm at it. Well, no, I'm not saying it, but I'm saying like that I feel, but I feel like we don't, that we're moving very quickly and that it's lacking a lot of detail. And yet, so there's urgency for this document, yet at the same time, we're under no obligation. And that's my concern. And all the while, as I keep bringing those points up, I feel like it's saying that I don't support the hockey at this facility, and that's the last thing in the world I'm trying to say. I 100% support that. I 100% support 4 more courts at the facility to serve volleyball and basketball and whatever else. And, I empathize with the fact that the sheets fell off. I empathize with the fact that 4 of the basketball sheets fell off. It just worked out that the turf was the one thing that you couldn't not do 100%, plus the walking track was important to get down there. So that's the same size as the turf was. And
So just for sake of discussion, Joe, and I don't want to be get into a combative, argumentative thing, but let's say we go ahead and we sign this. What's your worst case scenario? If we come back and we find out that it costs 100 million to put in 2 sheets of ice and we can't afford it, and we have to stop and figure that out from there, where have we taken us to a place where we can't come back, I guess?
that's a very fair question. And the answer to that question is I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because we can't just direct staff to do it. We have to get this memo of understanding done. It's very important that it gets done because these guys have to make a decision, which tells me that we're saying this actually has more weight than it really does. And so you're saying, well, in one way, we're saying this thing doesn't have any weight, but at the same time, it has a lot of weight because they want it so that these people can make this decision in the next month or so. And that scares me too, that we're saying it like this has all this weight and they're going to make decisions. And then all of a sudden we're either obligated or they're in trouble. I mean, and we don't have the numbers, we don't have the design. Like I 100% empathize the situation, but I got more questions than I have information, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with that. And one of the things that I'd like to say is, well, okay, I'd like to make a motion that the memorandum be updated so that everybody has the current version, so we know what we're signing. And secondly, that we give it a month. Okay? Do you understand what I was saying? Because,
I think we should take it through facilities.
yes. Okay, all right.
But if Stacy wants to make a motion, I would support her motion to
That
draft.
she's got to either take back
Oh, sorry.
or.
Okay, no, I'll just remove that. And I'll say I'd like to make a motion to table this for 1 month, bring back the memo in its updated version and discuss this at facilities meeting. So that gives us 1 month then to be better informed. And to make sure we all got the same version of the memo of understanding.
Is there a second?
I would support. Well,
Jeff.
This could
can
be
you read-
Okay, all right.
two-phase thing. So like,
I'm gonna second the motion for the sake of discussion.
Jeff, will you read the motion back to us?
Don moved to table the discussion regarding the memorandum of understanding for 1 month and to have the memorandum of understanding go through the facilities.
Okay, so discussion?
Yes.
Okay, so I appreciate Don's motion. I seconded Don's motion. I can support that motion, but I also can understand Stacy's desire to accomplish something from her 6 weeks of work today, and I would instead support a motion from her if it was to direct staff to move forward with getting this information in a certain timeline.
Well, I think it would be important for there to be some preliminary information for the next, if you tabling the memorandum of understanding for a month is fine. However, I don't want it to just sit on the shelf and wait for a month to then say, now go out and figure out the schematic plan and how much it's going to cost and how are we going to pay for this? Because I think that's the part that doesn't send a message of hope for a
Sincerity.
group that is sitting
Sure.
thinking, should we keep, because they're fundraising now for their own project. And if we want them to be our partner in the future, that puts them on ice. And what do? Well, that was a bad pun. But it says, well, we don't know, and it might change our mind, and there's going to be a different board in a month that needs to be brought up to speed. And so you're not going to have any more information in a month than you have today. But if we directed staff to investigate cost of building the 2 sheets of ice as proposed and determining a funding mechanism, if there is one within the park district, to move forward in a month, you could have enough information to really accept this memorandum of understanding and then truly understand, what does it mean? How much is it going to cost? How much do we have available or not available? And what do we need to do to move forward?
All right, I'm going to withdraw my motion and ask Stacy to make a motion very similar to what she just said.
Okay, before you do so, I want to interject on the original discussion. So before my time on the board, ICE has been talked about for a long time. And there's obviously been lots of conversations with all of these organizations. And if we leave here today with nothing, we will have the same thing we've had for many, many years.
It won't be nothing, though. We will have made a motion and it will be approved.
With a timeline associated with it that isn't rushed through with skipping facilities and whatever normal processes as we run through. Being sympathetic or empathetic and understanding to the timeline that this other user group is on. I feel like at facilities, we're going to have more information. I mean, we're going to have more information because hopefully the motion now is going to include directing staff to do things between now and that facilities committee meeting. So that information is available in there, and hopefully that the user groups can propose at that time to the facilities. So everybody has an opportunity to hear their presentation.
Okay. Well, it isn't really frosting for my 6 weeks of work. I really believe in this project, and I believe in it in a way that I didn't think I didn't know how I would get to this point in the whole process. But for me, it's all about access for kids and growing opportunities to keep kids out of probation court in the future. And so I will make a motion to direct staff to investigate schematic plan to adding 2 sheets of ice as outlined tonight to the Fargo Park Sports Complex. Determine a cost for that. And then to determine through the finance department what our resources are available and how we would get to the finish line on getting it built for an opening for the project to be open with the rest of the sports complex in 2024, and that the information will be available to the commission for the facilities meeting in June.
Second.
Is there further discussion? And Jeff, if you wouldn't mind reading that back to us.
What do you say?
I'm absolutely watching the replay of this and getting that all
Yes,
done. Yes.
Schematic plan, determine
So-
cost, and determine resources on how to get there.
Is that a feasible timeline?
I don't
Couple
know.
weeks?
I know that, well, maybe Dave knows.
Yeah, I reached out and just for clarification, I learned that there weren't 3 design phases to a project. There's actually 4. There's pre-design, schematic, design phase, and construction doc. So when I was reaching out to JLG to ask for some of these schematic designs, they corrected me and said it's pre-design. So that's kind of a simpler estimate. So basically what it'd be is pre-design for the building, kind of showing a aerial floor plan, a pre-design estimate, and then identify funding source. I did talk with Rob from JLG, did get me a price. And I just looked at it briefly today on my phone, and I believe it's less than 20 for that study. And then the next phase, which gets a little more intricate, is schematic design. And then it's design, which gets you a really clear estimate. That's kind of what we had on the sports complex last July, where the cost escalations went. And then, if you approve the design, you go on to construction docs. So I think what we're talking about here is pre-design of the floor plan, pre-design estimate. And they said they would be able to get us that estimate by the end of June.
Is there further discussion?
Well, I still think the MOU sends a strong signal to staff and our hockey partners that we're committed to doing something here, that we're not writing the check, but we're making the commitment, which we haven't done before. And as Stacy kind of eloquently put, things get forgotten. 1 month goes to 3 months. So as long as we stay on track and we are committed outside of this MOU that we're going to come back and keep moving the ball down the field, that to me is the most important thing. And that's something, like I said, we've jump-started hockey so many times. It's fallen off, or I shouldn't say hockey, I mean ice, but it's just fallen off, and it takes a lot of effort to get it back on the rail again. And that's why I think the MOU puts it on the rail and keeps it there. But if we're going to be short of that, and some of the concerns Joe expressed, I understand where he's coming from, but my most important thing is that we keep it on the rail and we keep moving it forward. And that's the message we need to be sending.
And I think they also need to, our staff, if you could please, and this should be easier than getting that sort of stuff done, truly come up with what we can utilize that space for those other 6 months. I know, like volleyball said, they need basketball courts for their true usage. I mean, yes, we are using them, at South, but that's not ideal for them.
So would you like staff also to meet with other user groups, Hope Inc., this figure skating groups,
Sure.
engage their schedules and all that?
Good idea.
I think any potential.
Okay.
One thing for me that has been a sticking point is having facilities sit empty. You know, you build a building and it's used for 4 to 6 months and then it sits empty. And if that's the one thing that resonated with me through this whole process, is the potential for other, I started calling them multi-use spaces, because they were used one way in October through February, and they're used another way March and April, and they're potentially used another way the rest of the time. And so I think we owe it to taxpayers and to our own budget process that we are as careful and try to use everything as many times as possible. So
I'd just like to say that I rather than the 2 weeks, which we have because of the installation of new board members, July meeting, that'll be more than 2 weeks then. Give a little bit more time for this process, and then I would recommend presenting the memo of understanding at the July meeting for approval.
So at facilities, they'll come back with this information, and then it would be a better discussion to go through, and you'll be ready for MOU for the July meeting.
And we'll vet the MOU through facilities so that everybody's comfortable with it when it comes forward on board member day. Or that they're at least familiar, or ready for what it looks like. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
We still have a motion.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, I
and
know.
you seconded. So
Yep.
long as we're
So
discussing.
the motion is to direct staff and present
Watch
it
the
at
replay
the
again.
facilities meeting in June. Is that correct? That's the motion. And it's schematic phase pre-design of floor plan phase, determine the cost, determine resources, and how to get to the finish line.
So maybe you could read the motion again in its shortened version.
The motion is to direct staff to investigate the pre-design phase for adding 2 sheets of ice to the Fargo Sports Complex, and to determine an estimated cost for the sheets of ice, and for finance department to analyze potential internal funding mechanisms to fund the construction.
And to bring the information to facilities
Yes.
meeting in June of 2022. Whatever that would be, 29th or something like that.
I think it's the
29th.
Better expedite that.
All right.
Okay, any further discussion? Dave, please poll the board.
Commissioner Griggs,
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch,
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rosted,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Aye. Motion carries. Number 6. Board to consider approval of changes to City Wildlife Management Program. Craig Buer, presenter.
Good evening, Commissioners. In your packet, item number 6 includes recommended changes to the program, also includes the current maps, the city maps that this program takes place, program regulations, a description of the training participants that go through, and statistics from the program history. A little background on this program. It started in 2006 based on comments to the city of Fargo for property damage and notice of increased population of deer in the city limits. At that time, the city reached out to the North Dakota Game and Fish Department to ask for recommendations on how to proceed. Through that process, they recommended to start the wildlife management program at that time. So the partnership includes the city of Fargo, Fargo Park District, North Dakota Game and Fish Department. So we've been going through this program for 15 years, and that's, recently there was some questions on the program moving forward. The police department had some concerns about the program and also the hours they allocate for the program as well. So the recommendation from the city of Fargo was to form a focus group, which consists of members of the Park District, City of Fargo, including Mike Redlinger, Officer Matt Sanders, who's been conducting this program for quite a few years. Also Odin Helgerson and Brian Zastapool from Sandhills Archery Club. And then also Casey Anderson from the North Dakota Game and Fish Department, who is the big game biologist. So through that focus group meetings, discuss the program, evaluate what we've done in the past, identify the concerns that have been brought, to our park board and also City of Fargo. And, I think the focus of that was to take a hard look, which is great to see if what we're doing right, what we can do to improve it, make it safer, make it better for the public. I think an important thing to remember, Casey Anderson, a big game biologist, a lot of questions were directed to him. Is this a valid program? Should it continue in its form today? We looked at other alternates, and his response as a representative of the Game and Fish was to continue as is, and to make some improvements that I will cover right now. So we also looked at, just the area of the map of people or places that we conduct this program. We are recommending that we remove at this time the 3 nature parks in South Fargo, Orchard Glen, Forest River, and Heritage Hills. Those are currently not in the city limits. Also, the traffic area has increased over years with the popularity of the apple orchard, and which is great. Our parks are getting used. So we're recommending to remove those 3 parks at this time. Also, through those discussions, we're going to recommend to use the use of lighted knocks, which is the back part of the arrow. So it's a newer, fairly new technology, which when the arrow is shot, the back of the arrow lights up. So it makes it much easier to retrieve that arrow. That was a comment that we heard with some concerns with retrieving arrows. We feel like this will make a big improvement in that aspect. Also increasing the tree stand height from 10 to 12 feet. That will also improve the angles with the participants while they're taking the shots. Improving the program signs, removing what we currently have, adding more, more of a URL code so that people can read the full description of the program, why it exists, why it takes place, get the full details. I think that'll be a nice improvement for people to understand full detail of this program to address those concerns. And then just a few other comments I'd like to make. This type of program is prevalent throughout the country. Minneapolis, many places in South Dakota, Iowa, throughout the country. This program has taken place in Bismarck since 1991. We've been doing it since 2006. We have a very good safety record with this program. Our participants take it very seriously. They understand the importance of them taking a professional approach to this. So with that, I will open it up to questions, commissioners.
What parks will this take place in?
If you turn in the I'm not gonna have the right page numbers. I believe it's 80.
I know there's a map there. I was just.
Sure. So you're looking at North Fargo. So the green, this might be a little bit hard to read, but the green areas are Park District property. The red areas are private property and the yellow is City of Fargo. So there is a mix of City of Fargo property, Park District property as well. Next slide. This would be more in South Fargo. So the green area again, 32nd Avenue is Park District. All that yellow on the map is City of Fargo property, buyout property would continue in the program. And then last map. And these would be the three that we'd recommend to remove from the program: Heritage Hills, Forest River, and Orchard Glen.
So the majority of this is City of Fargo property.
A large portion of it is City of Fargo. So in essence, our arrangement with, our contribution to the program is, access to the indicated pieces of property that the Game and Fish feels important to be successful. And then also to continue to be good partners as far as helping. If there's any concerns with activity, we will actively be a part of that. And then also for the 2 training sessions as well, to continue that partnership. Before I forget, with the City of Fargo or the Police Department's concern of hours allocated to the program, the request was made to Sandhills Archery Club if they would consider taking on more of the administrative role in this program, which they have agreed to do, which I think is a great compromise. They are the participants in the program. They've been around in our community for decades. They are the professionals in many regards. So I think the City of Fargo feels good about that change. And then the police department feels good about less stress on their ever-growing needs as a police department in our community.
Craig, you maybe said this and I missed it, but what's the length of the season?
So currently it will take place in early September after Labor Day and then goes through January 31st. And the only difference from a regular archery season is that we extend it 1 more month. And that was a recommendation from the Game and Fish to, help influence much less activity in the parks at that time. And then also just more time, spread out the time that people are in those parks participating with the program.
Was there any discussion about shortening the duration of the hunt to minimize the impact on potential people out enjoying the parks or whatever?
Sure, good question. We talked quite a bit about that in the meetings. I think one aspect to remember is that when we talk to the participants in the program, they typically are not out there when there's high traffic. They are not typically, of course, in the parks at those times. So if there's high traffic in the parks, participants are not in there participating. Typically, it's bad weather days early in the season, and then once it gets cold and activity drops in those parks, then they will choose to participate. I think removing those 3 nature parks, those are definitely the 3 highest traffic areas that the program was taking place in before.
Well, and thinking back to my hunting days, you're not out there at high noon sitting in a tree stand because the deer aren't moving.
Correct.
During the day, so.
Correct.
In the history of the program, have any humans been injured?
No. The safety record has been very solid. There's been minimal instances of any type of injury, a sprained ankle, maybe something to that effect. That is such a high emphasis in the training of this program. We talk about, common sense approach. We want to be in areas that, safety for visibility of them participating. The interaction with the public is very minimal. They purposely are not near high traffic areas of bike trails or walking paths. Of course, that doesn't make sense for them to be in those areas for many reasons. But yes, the safety record is very good. And that goes to the people in the program that take this very seriously.
Does the Game and Fish, I know they did aerial inventories of what they see in city limits of wildlife. Have they done that lately?
Sure. Our hope is that will, we're at the mercy of the Game and Fish, and when they have the time, resources to do it, it requires having snow on the ground when the trees have fallen for them to do the study. I don't have the exact date of the last time they conducted that study. But yes, that's one thing we did talk about is we're hoping for that to be a regular event for them to be able to give us more data on the number of deer currently in the city.
There's one at my house, along with a woodchuck.
Sure.
We can't help you with the woodchuck.
It's taking care of the rabbit problem. So,
Coming home from my parents' house up at Evergreen the other day, we drove side by side with two deer that were running south on Elm Street, right down the street. So they're there. I didn't mean to cut you off, Vic, but I was just going to point out two things quick. I mean, you know, when you look at when you present statistics, it's easy to see them from one perspective or see them from another perspective. And I try my dangest to try to see them from the middle of the line perspective. And I'm looking at this and I see that when we started the program in 2006, 2007, they saw 482 deer total and they harvested 15. And in 2021, they saw twice as many deer, which means it's at 963. And harvested 26, which is kind of close to twice as many. So while some might argue that it's not an effective program because it's a small number that are being harvested, the other flip side of it you could see is that they're so extremely careful that while they're seeing all these deer, they're only shooting deer that they can safely shoot at, harvest, and without most people knowing. And I've met some of the hunters before. You brought them in years past, and they introduced themselves. And I'm not a hunter at all, but I have lots of friends who are quote unquote recreational hunters, and these people are not your typical recreational hunters. And there's nothing, not saying they're not both good hunters. I'm just saying that these people are not out there for the same reasons that Craig Beer usually goes hunting with his son. They're out there to do a service to us. They're up in their stands, they're wearing black, they're silent, and they're using their skills to do a service to the community and not necessarily getting the recreational experience that the average hunter would be. So.
Yeah, and I think that's a good, the start of your comment there is, the level of caution compared to hunting, in 20 miles out of town is a different level of caution. So yes, the hunters that participate are the people that take this very seriously and they are providing the service. The other options to do this that were evaluated, the cost to the public could be $100,000 in a one round as far as to deal with this issue. And with the Game and Fish recommending that we continue this, and this is the most effective cost way to do it, I think is something we should strongly consider. And just to note, the City of Fargo Commission did vote to continue the program at their recent meetings. So it's really pending, the decision tonight to move forward as far as how the program looks.
Craig, was there talk about the turkey hunt?
Yes, that was discussed to remove that at this time. Other options to deal with the turkey population growth would be to trap and relocate those birds. So that is a much more effective way. So yeah, good question. So that will be a different Game and Fish will handle that specifically and relocate those turkeys to more adequate spaces. Not
So
in the city
Craig,
limits.
you have the recommend to remove the 3 nature parks.
Correct.
And then it says other proposed changes include lighted knocks, increasing the heights of the tree stand, replacing signs. Is there anything else beyond that? Are those the
Those
four?
are the main,
Those are
the 4 pieces
Okay.
to the puzzle.
And so do we know what your updated signage will look like?
I believe that the City of Fargo attorney was working with the Sandhills Archery Club on that, and it will be something similar. It will be, Fargo Wildlife Management Program access. I'm not getting this quite right. For more information, there'll be a URL code that will give them full detail to the program. So that's, I think after tonight's decision, we can come back and show you what those will look like. So we're all on the same page.
So I personally believe that much of the concern, not all, but some of the concern regarding this program has been developed due to some lack of education,
Correct.
poor signage, us just kind of evolving the program along. And I think, like everything as we go, the more we can communicate with the public and the community, the better off we're going to be. So that signage is vital, that it's well done. And since the signage that the city is making, you're expecting to put on park property, I think it's prudent that we have good knowledge of what's exactly on there and it has as much information. And I understand the whole QR code thing, but if my mom was walking in the park, that would be absolutely useless to her because she wouldn't even know what it is.
Sure.
So
No, it's a good point.
we need to make sure that the signage for our spaces have enough education to make people understand.
So that's a great point. We can certainly bring that back to this group and.
I'm interested
Thank you.
in the agreement that you have with the Sand Hills Archery Club. What kind of responsibility are they offering?
Sure. So I think a majority of their work will be in taking the lead on some of the training, classes that the participants have to take part in. There's questions from the participants they have during the program. If there is some type of public question, the police can direct it to there if it's not a legal question. So I think it's more the administrative role. Our role would be to periodically check on stand heights in our, within our system. So I think we're relying on the archery clubs for their expertise, the training classes, and then that constant contact for people that have questions or more directions on what's taking place.
How large is their organization?
Oh, that's a good question. They're located in West Fargo, just north of I-29. I want to say they have a couple hundred active members in their organization, and they have, everything. They have youth programs for safety classes. They have leagues. So yeah, I feel like it's a great fit for them to take the lead on this as well.
Thank you.
Why did the police chief change his mind? Is it all cost?
I think it was, I don't want to speculate on his behalf, but I think he felt the pressure of the growing needs of the police department and, making tough decisions. That's just my read on it. I defer to him, but I think, he can, just the amount of staff they're short right now in our growing city, I think he had to take a hard look at where do hours go. So I think he's comfortable with the direction we're going tonight.
Well, if it's the Odin Helgeson that I know, he's very schooled in appropriate hunting and safety.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, so I'll move to approve the changes to the city wildlife management program and combine with the actions taken by the city.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dave, please pull the board.
Commissioner Griggs.
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch.
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan.
Aye.
Commissioner Rosted.
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 7, board to consider approval of memo of understanding with FMCT regarding a proposed outdoor performance area, indoor pavilion, and multi-use indoor spaces. Dave Leaker, presenter.
Commissioners, as was presented in the Island Park Master Plan, you saw some of their recommendations for that we needed to kind of get decided so we could move on. And I think the Fargo Moorhead Community Theater is looking for a decision so they can move on. And one thing we discussed in the Island Park Master Plan was a potential outdoor performance space to be located where their current indoor facility was. I think through all of our stakeholder meetings, our input from the staff, the board, the public, I think we all came to the same consensus that this would be an ideal location for an outdoor amphitheater, and which would allow us to keep FMCT in their program in Island Park, which has been a part of the park since I believe 1966. So kind of in just the to expedite the process, we realized we need to come up with a revised lease. The existing lease was from 1966. They would really like to get moving on the demolition of the damaged portion of their building. And as you saw in the Island Park Master Plan, the pavilion would remain along with, I guess you would say, the wing extending out to the south or to the west. And the wing moving to the south would probably get reconstructed because that's part of the damaged building. So we realize we need to look at a new lease for FMCT in the Park District. But so they can move forward with their demolition of their project, we decided to work on an FMCT. This would allow them to pull permits for the demolition. We did have our legal counsel draft up a MOU based on the notes we took from our meeting about 3 weeks ago. And that has been reviewed by FMCT, Judy, and her board, and she is comfortable with it for now. And as I said before, it was drafted by our attorneys. So I think everybody is in agreement to the terms of this. This would allow them to get moving on pulling their demo permits. And then, as Brett mentioned, they would work with another architectural firm to lay out that space as an outdoor amphitheater.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the memo of understanding with the Fargo Moorhead Community Theater.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just one question. I was just looking at the programming here. Do we have, as a park district, do we have any opportunity to co-share in the space, or is this FMCT's completely?
They would own the facility, and then we would work with them to utilize that
So
space.
we would have opportunities. If we wanted to do something, Midwest Kids Fest, maybe we have something going on, stuff like that.
It, in here, it says FMCT will use its best efforts to work with the Park District to make the facility available to the Park District, but there's no exact, it's on second page under programming, right above parking and alcohol. So.
And then we
We did talk about this at facilities, and I would like when we come into a contract that we maybe have a little similar to the old contract that had certain number of hours or just something a little more concrete.
There'll be more details involved
helps
with
us
the new
along.
lease. This was just something to allow them to make that financial expenditure for demo of their building.
I'm good. I think it's a great, I really like what it's going to look like.
And I'm glad they're sticking around. I'm glad we were able to figure something out that worked for everybody.
And just a little note, currently in the MOU would be the existing footprint that they currently have. So we would just rework that into the new lease.
Correct. This is an example of backing up to the other topic. This is an example of something that took far longer than I think any of us wish it would have. I think there's a lesson in here that we need to do a better job with our users on communicating as a board and as staff to understand what it is they want, not just one person, but their organization as a whole. Because we've been going through this for a long time for them to actually be able to move forward.
Well, it wasn't really our fault. They were very conflicted themselves as to what they wanted to do. Their board had a lot of different varying opinions too. So,
well, when you read certain publications, it puts the onus on the board. And I don't appreciate that the blame is put on the board, that we're sitting here and it could have been avoided potentially. Now, that's a whole nother conversation, but I'm just saying, I think we, like everything, we need to do a good job communicating and making sure everybody knows where everybody stands, especially when it's a user group who's in one of our parks. So we have the motion and a second. Any further discussion beyond that? Dave, please pull the board.
Commissioner Griggs?
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch?
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan?
I
Commissioner Rosted?
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson?
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
As we've moved up, board to consider approval of memo of understanding with Fargo Park District Foundation. Brian Arrett, presenter.
Last MOU tonight. So the memorandum of understanding that was sent out to the board packet, I sent you all an email yesterday with an updated version of that. That was developed following the facilities committee meeting, the discussion we had at that meeting. The memo is an attempt to kind of formalize the relationship between the Park District Foundation and the Park Board. So it kind of follows along the lines of the strategic plan that was developed several months ago and adopted by the Foundation Board and by the Park Board, and a bylaws rewrite that was adopted by the Foundation Board at their last meeting. So this is kind of the last piece of the puzzle. To, as I mentioned, formalize the relationship between the two bodies. Kind of give the Foundation Board the ownership to move ahead in spreading their wings and hiring staff and developing, more strategic procedures, I guess, for how we do the fundraising that we do. It's a fairly lengthy document. I can go into as much detail as you want, but if you would prefer, I could just answer questions that people might have about either the original document or the rewrite that came out yesterday.
So, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, can you highlight the differences
Yes,
between
please.
where we came from and where we're at in this new document, please?
Sure. So item number 9, at the very end of item number 9, if the foundation would at any point dissolve as an organization, all assets and equipment would transfer to the Park District. So it just spells out what happens with the assets of the foundation if we dissolve, if we cease to exist. Item number 10, solicit donations and private corporate sponsorships to support Park District Scholarship Fund for Park District programs. Was a rewrite. Originally, it said something about us selecting recipients, and we didn't think that was the appropriate responsibility for the foundation. There's staff with the Park District that already do that and do it well. Also, item number 10D, remove the foundation will not supplement general fund obligations of the Fargo Park District. There's a little bit of discussion about this item at the foundation meeting. I think the attempt is to clarify how the funds the foundation raises, the types of funds and how that will benefit the Park District. Honestly, I think there's confusion between Foundation Board and staff as to the intent of that clause. So Stacy, you're on the Foundation Board. I don't know if you have any comments on it.
So I think when I read this, and I asked someone else what they thought, is the hang up for 10D about the scholarships and the sponsorships?
No.
No.
10D spells out that the funds that are generated by the charitable endeavors of the foundation are to be used for projects and scholarships specifically raised for those purposes. And if we take out 10D, our goal is not to raise funds to cover our general expenses of the Park District. That's what we have mill levies for. And so this is a non-starter for me. D stays in because of that exact reason. The funds that are raised through the foundation, currently, for example, we're raising funds for the sports complex. We receive funds for scholarships for swimming passes. I mean, there are a number of ways that this money comes in, and then that's how that money should be used. The money that is in the general fund is, taken care of by our taxes. And if we were to receive, if someone out of the blue, just for an example, out of the blue decides that they like the mission and the work that the foundation is doing somewhere down the line and says, I'm going to give them $10 million and I want them to focus on birding. We want to make sure that that money goes towards birding, for the rest of its life. Well, if for whatever reason, and I'm not saying that there's any discrepancy, but if the funding for the park district came in short for certain projects and they were short on covering anything that they would be obligated to pay through our general obligation fund, that money cannot be tapped for that. But if we take this line out, it leaves it a little bit fuzzy.
Let me just make one comment about that, because on the staff side, here's the conversation. If the foundation raises money for scholarships and we provide funding for kids to take part in various programs, that reduces general fund obligations for the park district that we would spend for those kids in the absence of those scholarships. So
should this item say, but for the scholarship stated in 10B, you could leave it in? Would that be correct?
well, that covers that end of it, but what if we raise money to plant trees? Somebody donates money to plant trees, so the forestry budget then, which is funded through the general fund, doesn't have to spend money to plant trees. I mean, it seems like a little bit
Well,
of
it's a transfer, then it's a transfer. And so the money can be transferred to that for that purpose. But I don't want there to be an opportunity for a shortage in bucket A to be covered by bucket B when bucket B is intended for its specific purposes.
So can D be stated differently that covers Stacy's concern? So it may say monies dedicated to given to the foundation designated for specific purpose. Other than that, you cannot use it to supplement the general fund. Does that make sense?
There was specific language that ensures and guarantees that it doesn't get to be put into the slush fund. I could live with that.
So are you saying, Brian, that it seems like it's almost semantics, that if I gave $1 million to plant trees, and because I did that, the forestry reduces its general fund by $1 million, even though they don't got $1 million, but for the sake of the argument, that that money is actually contributing to the general fund because we already have a general fund line item for planting trees?
That's what I think the conversation's all about.
Yeah, so that's a good point. I give money to buy a tree. Does the money go into the general fund and come out to buy the tree? Or does it just go straight to buy the tree?
And I think what Stacy's doing is I want to make sure that money goes to buy the tree.
Right.
And I think everybody agrees on that. I think,
And I don't,
it's
and so
kinda
I
confusing.
understand it. However, like, I don't know why it has to be eliminated for this purpose. On the foundation, so on the district side, I understand that we're going to spend $1 million on trees. And they don't have to take it out of the general fund because the foundation has funding for $1 million worth of trees.
Can we get a weigh in here from Mr. Kunkelman? Because I feel like he's going to be able to answer this for us, so we don't have to debate this. I understand her concern and I understand
that you guys are, in this capacity, you're park board commissioners. And so I would focus your concerns on what's the best interest of the park district, not the foundation. Your hats right now as park board commissioners. And that'll tie into the employment additions as well, is that that should be your focus. Generally speaking, though, with any type of endowment, any type of gift, any type of that anyone gives with conditional strings, the foundation will be transferring funds, presumably to the park district, based on the donor's demands. And the park district will have to use it for those reasons. But there could be a blurred line, to your point, at some point, is if there's a shortage and the park district comes to the foundation and says, hey, we have a shortfall. Will you give us $500,000? Because there's now a couple $1 million sitting in the foundation.
That's a park board decision.
Park board would go to the foundation and
Yes,
ask that,
so-
the foundation board would have the authority to say yes or no. And
Right.
obviously, to the extent that one of you is on the foundation board at that time, you'd have to recuse yourself.
At the same time, wouldn't it be unethical for the park district to purposely have a shortfall in their
Correct.
budget?
Correct. I mean, it'd be an emergency situation, I assume, but I mean, I'm just,
Board members doing that as
so I mean, you have separate boards and separate authorities for a reason. And
You're saying
so-
regardless of that line, we
Yes.
don't have the authority to just come in and take a rake if we
Right.
wanted to. Okay.
You
It would
have
have to be
authority to
approved by the
ask
board.
for it potentially in theory, but then the foundation board would have to make the decision.
So are you basically, I'm put words in your mouth, but you're comfortable if we take this out, that we've got enough safeguards in place that we don't have to worry about exactly what I think Stacy's worried about?
Correct.
The foundation board can't be taken advantage of. They have to make a choice themselves.
And that's why there's,
Sure.
minimal overlap to the extent there is, and I would recommend that any of you guys that were on a board decision like that would have to recuse yourselves anyways, so.
Well, I don't like it.
For the right reasons.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
get it, yeah.
No, I mean, even just something silly like, oh, they go and buy something that they wouldn't necessarily get approval for, take it out of their concrete budget and then take a rake from the foundation and replace it in the concrete budget. I get it. But he's telling us that we can't, they could never do that without approval. Your foundation board is just as powerful as our foundation board when it comes, or is just as powerful as our board when it comes to your funds versus our funds.
Well, to me, it's a legal issue too, just in terms of the unethical aspect. But wouldn't, the budget needs to be approved by the commissioners, and they wouldn't do that, I assume, with the idea that they were going to try to take funds from the foundation. It just seems to me that we as responsible adults don't do things like that. It's just not bringing it down to a personal level, but if anybody was brought to task for it, it would be a violation, a legal violation.
Instead of that line, could you, I'm just thinking here, I'm wordsmithing, but the foundation unless otherwise directed, foundation gifts unless otherwise directed will be given to the park district for purposes indicated by the foundation or something like that. Would that provide some protection?
Isn't that what C does? I don't know. I'm just wondering. I understand your concern,
Yeah.
Stacy. I understand where you're coming from. And I get that. I have a similar concern. I don't know if it's if I should be worried about it or not be worried about it, but yeah, this foundation serves a specific purpose, and it's not to say, well, we're going to drop the mill to 2 because the foundation came across 100 million.
It has so much cash in the bank that we don't need to have this.
Yes,
And
yes.
it takes the responsibility, it lessens a load on the budget of park district if it feels that there's a easy line back and forth.
Well, who can move the money from one side to the other? I mean, that,
We would have.
can one
to-
of these staff
the park
members in
board would
front
have
of
to
us?
request it and the foundation board would have to approve it.
Or the foundation board approves it?
Or the foundation board just approves it and sends it
But-
to us without us
But
asking.
no one sitting here can say, hey, foundation, can you chuck me $100,000 because I'm a little short on the lifeguard fund or something, right?
No.
So those checks and balances are in play, right?
I think people are really enjoying these long meetings. It seems like the sun is setting out
Well,
there.
It is setting out there
We
and
are at the 3-hour mark, Don. You are correct.
Okay,
So
so.
one last item that was added to this MOU is most of number 13. Talks about the annual budget. The park board would review and approve the annual budget that the foundation submits. So that's a major control for the park district. Foundation board will submit a budget. Park board will review it and decide, are we to approve it or not? And then it goes on to talk about the rights reserved by the park board to terminate the employment of foundation staff under specific circumstances, which are listed with each of the subpoints below. The intent, of course, is to maintain some control of the foundation staff people in the event that they do something illegal, improper, immoral. They will be employed by the park district according to this MOU. So the park district would reserve the right in the event that an employee does something that's wrong to terminate that relationship. And if I'm explaining that wrong, anybody that wants to can correct me, but that's how I'm.
So when it says park district has the authority, who is that?
I
Is
think
that
the intent
The
is
board,
park
is that
board.
the staff?
Yeah, I think the intent is the park board, and we talked about that, Jerry, when I visited with you, talked with Jeff about that. I think it's the park board, but if anybody has another understanding.
So if somebody shows up in the news and is convicted of something, the park board would then act and say, you can't work for the foundation anymore. That's what
It's my
we're
understanding.
going with.
Jeff, what is your understanding?
I agree. I think we would just update this 13 to say the Park District Board of Commissioners shall have the authority as it relates to the foundation or the staff. Just add Board of Commissioners, just so there is no confusion. There's no misremembering in the future or anything.
Well, and it takes that pressure off the executive director to be the
Yep.
one who makes that decision anyways. It should be
Well, and would
approved.
the foundation board wouldn't they be obligated to remove a staff member?
Yeah, they should. And it's just mainly if they don't, they should do that, correct. But if they didn't for some reason, because this employee is going to be an employee of the park district, yes, hopefully the foundation will act. But this is the backup in case the foundation doesn't act.
Right.
So-
Could we start it by saying something like if all else fails? Because I mean, that was my initial reaction too, was that they're just, puppets of the park board. And I don't think that we want to have, the foundation board should be, dealing with the executive director of the foundation should be dealing with staff, just like we do here. We don't have some mothership organization that's over top of us. We just have to make those decisions. And it just seems like we've got.
But I'd also say that if the employee is an employee of the park district, how does the foundation even have authority to fire that employee? They're not even,
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
to me,
So for another reason, it has to stay with the park district.
So that's where I feel like this is redundant. 12A, the district will employ all foundation staff, which gives the district the right to fire whoever they want to from the foundation staff, no different than any other staff member, right? And I would like to think that 13B, well, it depends. No, I think these all would fit with any park district staff. I'm assuming it's in our employment agreement and in our handbook that we would terminate people based on these things.
I think the distinction
That
is
true?
that you can fire any staff at any time with or without cause. And so if we didn't limit it, then.
Okay,
So we're limiting the park district. So we're giving the park district authority, but also limiting it to only specific circumstances.
so in the other
Otherwise, you're
circumstances, it
right.
would be the
Just general,
foundation
we don't
board.
like what the job they're doing. We think it's time to move on. That's not in the park district's purview. That's in the scope of authority of the foundation.
That's why it says, but
No.
only in the following circumstances.
right, so in that
Yep.
case, normally the foundation would deal with that internally. But
Yeah.
if there was some problem, then the foundation could bring it to the park district.
Or if the foundation just refused to act, then the park district can.
Would have
intercede
to
in that.
act.
Yep.
Yep.
But again, just a reminder, when we talk about the park district, we're talking about the board of commissioners for the park district.
As long as we stipulate that, I think that's important.
These meetings are terribly long because of all the changes that we make and things that we talk about in addition to along the way, which is not a bad thing.
With these changes.
We want to get it right.
The goal is for the foundation to become independent at some point. Does this feed into a level where the foundation board members will feel confident that they have authority to create their strategic plan moving forward? You know, and it's all based on supporting the park district. The whole mission of the foundation was to support the park district. No other reason. Through not coming up with their own projects, not coming up with their own customers to serve, but to support the park district. When we bring in more oversight in this manner, does that create independence or take away independence?
Well, it's twofold, is that there isn't independence right now because the park district is funding this. And so to the extent that the foundation can become independent, they will have independence. And so what I say is, if this foundation, I assume if for the next 5 years, it brings in $10,000 a year and costs the park district $200,000 a year,
Well, then it's a failure.
the board is going to say, we're not approving this for the budget next year, and then those positions go away.
Right.
If they're self-funding themselves, I mean, ideally, hopefully it gets to a point where they're fully self-funded and dollar for dollar, cost for employment is funneled back through the foundation to the park district. And then there would be pretty much complete independence at that time. So, I mean, I think the level of independence is dependent on the success of the foundation.
Exactly.
And obviously there, you know,
Yep.
it's going to take time and effort, but
And I think we could come back when it gets more mature and revisit some of this stuff.
Okay, so if we've gone along this correctly, if I followed this properly, the only change to the changed MOU is to add the words Board of Commissioners in the first sentence of number 13. The Park District Board of Commissioners shall have the following authority. Is that correct? Does that
Correct.
sound right, guys? Okay.
I'll move to approve the MOU as stipulated with change of adding board of
Second.
commissioners.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, Dave, please pull the board.
Commissioner Griggs,
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch,
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rosted,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Stacy and Kelly, if they really appreciated you as employees, you would have been number 3 and 4 on our agenda. I'm just telling you.
If we were to put Island Park at the end, we'd appear to be in good shape. Number 8, board to consider approval of the following fees. Golf fees, Brock Community Courts Plus fees, Kelly, and Programming and Facilities, Kevin, presenting.
You can do it.
You're just sitting.
Practice.
All right.
Oh, here.
That's right. Wow. Microphones everywhere. All right, Madam President, members of the board, I'm pinch hitting here for Carolyn, and so she's going to allow me to continue to do so. As part of the budget process, the finance team, we're in working with all the departments, worked with Carolyn and the members of the golf staff to determine what the rates would be for the 2023 golf season. As you recall, we typically base our fees on the CPI that we established from a March to March rolling 12-month period, and that CPI was identified at 8%. As we discuss those, we really, want to keep in mind offering affordable programs and affordability to our public. And in working with the golf pros, they made a recommendation to try to find a balance between affordability from a green fees perspective versus the affordability for memberships and the cost per rounds and things of that nature. So what we presented to facilities and present to you tonight for consideration is an increase in the green fees and cart fees of 4% for 2023, and an increase in all of the memberships at 8% for the 2023 season. And you see the corresponding dollar increases in the pages that follow. We got some great input from facilities about, developing a long-term plan about what this looks like going forward, and incrementally taking a look at how we address specifically memberships and the value of what those memberships are, and that'll be part of our developing a long-range financial plan into the future. So what we would present to you today is an increase of 4% on green fees and carts, and an increase of 8% on annual memberships for all of our courses.
And this goes for all three presenters and actually the entire staff. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you put into determining the increases. It'd be very easy to just say, oh, we're going across the board and we're giving everybody a solid increase, especially with the times we're in, expenses up and everything else. It's one thing I've noticed year after year, that every fee is looked at individually, and you guys do a nice job of what's fair, what's reasonable, what helps us recover some of our expenses, keeps people able to participate when they can. So I appreciate that you guys look at it in such a thoughtful fashion every year. Are we doing these all at once, or are we doing one at a time?
I think we
Separate.
We're doing them separate.
They're big enough,
Okay.
they should be done
I
separately.
move to approve the golf piece for 2023 as presented.
Second.
Sorry.
Stacy's got
Okay,
it.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Dave, please pull the board.
Commissioner Griggs?
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch?
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rosted?
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson?
Aye, motion carries. Kelly, you're up.
Like you've been sitting in court for 3 hours waiting for your chance to finally come up.
Now I know how that seat feels.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. We spoke at the budget meeting and at the enterprise meeting about Courts Plus, looking to raise our membership fees. The last 2 years, we have not. So 21 and 22 did not touch the member fee. We were able to find a way to pay less taxes, helps us out in the long run, actually help members out as well. So this year, we're looking at a 3.5% increase. Looked at 3 and at 4, didn't want to do too much to make it look like, okay, we gave you 2 years, but we're going to get it all back in 1 year. So after looking at everything, that was the number we came up with. We are still in line, if not less than, both the YMCA and Family Wellness. Along with the membership fee, we're also looking at raising our guest fee from 10 to 15 when they come in with a member as well.
And right now, we're not allowing people to come in without a member?
Unless they're out of town, the members in town will, the people from in town that want to come in without a member can buy a punch card. So then they're in our system. It's 10 visits. We know that they're, I guess, there for the right reason, if you want to say it. And then by doing what we've did so far, it has eliminated a lot of our issues for staffing, especially night and weekends with the youth. I feel like this will help even more. The other 2 clubs are also doing the same.
Sure. And if they buy a punch card, they're committed to
Correct.
financially for a longer,
Yes.
more times of visits. Yep. Okay. You guys good?
Is that easy, Kelly?
We waited all
Well,
that time.
We, as you said, we discussed this. You've discussed it at 2 different meetings. You line yourself up next to the other so we can very clearly see the differences where we've been. Like you said, we did a nice job holding off for a couple of years, so it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, well done. We're an easy group to appease, so I move to approve his budget as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Oh, sorry, it's fees as presented.
Do you need to correct that? Okay, we're good.
He's
Dave,
edited all on.
Dave, please pull the
He
board.
knew what I meant.
Commissioner Griggs,
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch,
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rosted,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Bo?
All right, you wore down yet?
No.
So first of all, I apologize. I gave you a sheet of our field fees. I looked at the agenda or the packet that Tara sends out so diligently, and I looked at that last sheet and went, uh-oh, I completely omitted that. So it is on the screen for our fees for moving forward. I included all our program fees. I just omitted the sheets that you have in front of you. This was all presented at the budget meeting, recommended to bring it to the board for approval, but I can run through a couple. As we look at other park districts, we do the analysis of all of our programs, so we kind of know where we are on a per participant basis. We look at the attendance figures that we've had over the past years of where we're at with these fees. So with that, we have raised some of them 8% and some of them at 4%. So on the youth side here, art classes, Playtown, Learn to Skate, and the ice review are at 4%. The rest of them are at 8%. You want to go to the next one, Pace, please? The adult programs, the ones that are at 4% is co-ed, 16-inch co-ed softball, broomball, fencing, drop-in hockey, novice hockey, team hockey, sand volleyball, and volleyball. Next one. And we just got a couple on the facility fees, is skate rental of the studio rink at the sports arena, Row Farm full site day rental, and the Metro Rec indoor soccer. The other sheets that are in front of you as well, straight across the board, we went 8%. These fees were looked at in 19, and we went back to a per hour basis instead of a per team or per player fee. This is much easier to bill out and invoice these. Not that the teams aren't honest with us, but we can take into account what we know is being used out at these complexes and these fields. So basically straight across the board, we went with 8%. With that, I will answer any questions you may have. Like I said, this was proposed at the budget meeting as well.
I had my questions answered at the budget meeting, so I'm good.
Similar to the others, thoughtful consideration of the things.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 fees for programming and facilities as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dave, please pull the board.
Commissioner Griggs,
Aye.
Commissioner Deutsch,
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rosted,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners.
Item number 9, which is really number 10. Board to consider approval of proposed changes to hiring policy benefits staff, number 410, Stacy Kruger, presenter.
I saw you check your watch before you came up here.
He's timing me. He said I only get,
3 minutes.
I had to beat his time and it was
3
3
minutes.
minutes.
Oh.
Brett,
I
Brett
like
said,
this.
Brett said he was going to talk for 3 minutes too, and
Yeah.
it was an hour.
I won't talk for an
Talk
hour.
3 minutes per page.
Yeah. Good evening, Commissioners. The Human Resources Department is recommending the review and adoption of the updated hiring policy for number 410. The policy was presented at the facilities meeting where Commissioners Grigg, Dawson, and Morgan were there and had valuable input, which we incorporated into the policy and resent out to you. The HR department, along with the support of the directors, are suggesting updates to the policy to provide flexibility for internal recruitment only upon completion of a job analysis by the Human Resources Department and a consultation with the department director and executive director. So further, the updates provide for an exception to the recruitment if the department or the district is undertaking a board-approved reorganization. So the recommended changes simply provide an option for recruitment. It doesn't mean we're going to bypass it and go straight to internal. It just gives us another option to open internally first before we go to external. All processes must be reviewed and approved by the Human Resources Department, the appropriate director, and the executive director. Do you have any questions?
What
So-
changes did you guys make as a result of facilities? You guys?
I don't know that
They-
we any changes, did we?
Yep. I had in there that,
She said rich and valuable feedback. So let her tell us what rich and valuable feedback you gave her.
You asked me a question.
So-
What changes did you
so-
make?
So the one question that I have, and you know, I might sound like I'm flip-flopping on this because we talked about internal, external before, but let's say I'm in the park district and I'm an entry-level guy and I see this next position up and I want to apply for it. And so then I put my name in the hat and we go through the process and I'm the only guy internally that applies for it and you go, yeah, you know, Jerry's okay, but geez, I'd really like to see what's out there because there's probably somebody that's better.
we would have had that discussion before it even got to that point. So what this is allowing us to do is to sit down and have a discussion to see if we're going to open it internally only, externally. So where it's just giving us another option. It doesn't mean we're going to go internally first and then externally. It's giving us an option to either do internally or straight to external. If we don't feel let's just say you were applying and we knew, I'll just take my position because I was the only one applying. I'm the only internal candidate. If they didn't want to hire me, I would have felt that we should have been open enough to tell them you are not ready at this time. You can still apply, but we are opening it externally just for that reason.
And the checks and balances are that it isn't up to the director of that department or the manager. It has to go through this process that involves a number of people.
Correct. They will bring it to HR. We will develop their job analysis, their plan, and then HR will bring it then to the executive director and another member of the team. For approval to go to, even before it's even posted.
So if there's only one qualified internal applicant, you can hire that one.
You can if they are ready and you feel they are ready.
Well, if
that
someone perceives they're ready.
Correct.
I mean,
But then again, you have the checks and balances of the other people approving, is either saying yes or no. Like you
Yes,
can't just
yes.
approve your buddy.
well, you can.
Well, you
You
can,
shouldn't.
but there's three of us
Yes,
over here
yes.
that are saying
What
no.
you're saying is adding additional people as part of the group
Mhm.
that makes those decisions. Plus, I believe, I don't know if you brought it with you, but you have
Yes. The form?
yeah, which I think is a huge help.
I
That kind
have
of
the-
walks through the steps of why is this person qualified and,
Yep.
right? Has
Yep,
those things on it.
This is exactly what they are going to. So if we were posting my job, we would go through this before we posted the job, answered all our questions. Why is the position needed? How is the work done previously? What perks are getting, all of that position hours, special recruitment. How is the job to be recruited internally, externally, both?
Yes.
Determine the process that we are going to hold, establish a range, determine if they're exempt, non-exempt, and then go through the management approval where the executive director, the HR manager, and the department director needs to sign off on it.
And is that form put into the file of the employee?
And it will be held in the recruiting folder.
So
It can be.
I might have lost my thought here. So internal employees are screened and qualified employees are sent to the employing department for an interview. So will that one internal, so the reason I'm kind of stuck in this area is because we have a business, we have the park district is unique. We may have one, name a job. We may have several jobs. I would guess we have many jobs where there may only be one qualified person for that job. And, you stated it at the facilities meeting. It'd be nice to know if I'm not qualified and are we going to put someone in that's not ready necessarily, or Could we find someone better? Does it breed competition? Does it breed a desire to improve? I'm not sure. That's the only scenario that concerns me is when there's only one person qualified. Are we making sure we're vetting the process that they are indeed the right person for that job? So that's my one concern is when there's only one candidate. And have we done our due diligence to encourage anyone who may be qualified to apply as well? And obviously we can't make people apply for jobs, but I just want to make sure that those are the two pieces that come to my mind with this.
And I don't know if we can answer that until that situation arises.
Sure.
But the change that was made that the facilities wanted out of there was I had put in, we had it, sorry, I got.
Oh, it was about the any level below the director. Yeah, it's crossed out of there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was the change that they asked to be taken out. I had put in there, any level below a director would have to go through an external search. There is no internal, and they asked for it to be taken out and every employee treated the same.
So the second yellow paragraph there has to do with board approved reorganization, which may come in the next item on the agenda, which basically says you can promote whoever you want into a vacancy. It's really broad, and obviously we're not even sure how people match up with the new org chart. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be promoted into positions or just shifted because their job title or duties have changed.
I think, sorry,
No,
I
go
think
ahead.
that is where we were looking at this is we didn't want to be stuck in a, if we did a reorganization being like, okay, now do we have to post all these jobs?
Yeah.
You know, is
Yeah, I get-
it just because he's moving from a facility manager to now a arena manager? Can't we
Yeah.
just move him over? And that's kind of why we put this in there, is just for circumstances like that. And it would be your guys' recommendations. We wouldn't, it's a board approved. We're not just going to be like, well, we're reorging again so we can.
Well, so my concern with this one is there's no start or end date. And so the org chart, should we adopt the org chart recommended from the strategic plan, that's going to take us a long, long time to work out who fits where. So I don't have a better answer than what's up there, but I
think also too is, this can be, so 5 years down the road and you guys, they do another reorganization. Do we have to rewrite the policy? Because now you're 5 years later, you're doing another.
yeah, I understand. Well, that's why it in the policy is odd because you won't be, I don't know. I don't have a solution. I just know that it makes me, I have questions.
But it does open up to, if you did decide to reorg every year, well, we can, because in the policy, it says that.
But it has to be board approved. So if you guys sit up there and don't approve our reorganization, we can't do that paragraph.
Sure. And it's, I see the word promote. And so of course I automatically have a connotation with that, what that means. But in our circumstances if we adopt a different org chart, they're not necessarily going from here to here. People are going to be, most people are going to be doing this thing,
And
right?
a title change.
Yes, they just might change the name of what we call them.
Correct.
So you comfortable with the idea of promote, even if it might be a lateral move?
Yes.
The department manager has the option to promote. So this would mean there wouldn't need to be the process with more than one person. It would mean Kevin could promote somebody
Well,
in his department.
What I'm wondering is as I'm a manager and I got to laterally move somebody into the new position based on the org chart. It's not really a promotion, but I guess that's why I'm just wondering if promote's the best word, or that covers a lateral move. I suppose you're promoting them to this new job, and it's, even if it's a lateral financial semantics. I guess.
Look for a different word, but
Well, there's not really a better word, is there? I mean, slide over.
Right over.
Carolyn has some.
Carolyn's back from vacation. She wants to talk to us.
Must be an HR term. Slide over.
I looked up the definition of promote. The verb, further the progress of, support, or actively encourage. So we are actively encouraging and supporting the move of someone from one position to another.
However, in the word, however, I understand that's the definition, but every single one of us perceived promote as to be a move up. So I think you could leave it as the option to promote one of their employees into the vacancy. You might need to add the slide over piece in there.
I think they need to look in the dictionary.
It does say, so my concern was department manager just saying, oh, I'm going to move you up. But this is going to follow some of the same process for the internal candidate,
Yeah.
right? You're still
Yep.
going to fill out the form and.
Yep.
Well, or you could just move them. I mean, they're just being moved from
Yeah.
one title to a new title.
Well, it does say on here, approval by director, HR manager, and the executive director before initiating such actions. So they are going to take some formal thing. They're just not necessarily going to interview them, right? So one department manager can't just move people around without the others being involved.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Go ahead and pull the board, Jeff.
Dave, please pull the
Oh,
board.
sorry, yeah.
You guys are losing it there, Joe. Commissioner
I
Griggs, Commissioner Deutsch,
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rosted,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy. Thanks for staying with us for
Turn on
3.5
your
hours
headlights.
too. Why not?
Agenda item number 11 or 12. No, back to 11. Board to receive phase 1 of strategic plan. Dave Leaker, presenter.
Yeah, Commissioners, this is similar to receiving the final draft of the Island Park Master Plan. We've been working with Barry Dunn, formerly Green Play, on phase 1 of the strategic plan since last December. We had several key items we were going to address: mission, vision, and values, as well as the organizational restructure. So they took a lot of input from commissioners, staff. We had stakeholder groups to try to get as much input as possible, similar to what we did with the Island Park Master Plan. We did present their final draft at our facilities committee meeting and had good discussion on that. We did make some minor changes to their final draft on that. And that meeting was on June 1st of this year. And we do have the final draft of phase 1 report. And if anybody would have any questions, we'd take those questions at this time. But I think we had a pretty good discussion. It wasn't the facilities committee meeting. It was the budget and then strategic plan meeting. So I think all the commissioners were there. If Don has any questions.
So we received the strategic plan. What's the staff's next step?
So I think right now, this is a draft strategic plan. And I think as we begin the, reorganization process, if the commissioners feel this is the proper way to go, this is a working document. And I would think we would get, currently we have our directors team. We would start laying out what are the next steps to work through this process. As you know, we do have, there is a draft organizational restructure chart. I think as we were finalizing some of those details that, there still are potentially some changes within that need to be thought out. So I think this is just a continuation of the process that we've begun, and I think we just need to keep all of our directors team. And then potentially, if we do receive this and get permission from the commissioners, we would look at starting that process for the 2 deputy directors. So. And that would all have to be worked out as part of the budget process as well.
So are you planning in the 2023 budget for any of this?
Yes, I think if we kind of get that approval to move forward, we would start looking at that as part of the 2023 budget process, along with other position requests.
Okay, so there's nothing to approve on this. It's merely
Basically receiving it like we did with the Island Park
strategic
Master Plan.
So if there are no further questions or discussion, we'll move on to the next board item.
I just have a question. How, do you have a timeline of how you'll monitor the implementation of this strategic plan?
We've kind of discussed at some of our strategic planning meetings, and we would get together after, kind of getting the go ahead to move forward, would lay out that structure. I think some of our initial thoughts is we'd try to look at that first level reorg, which is the addition of the 2 deputy directors, and maybe try to get those 2 positions in place by October 1st, pending, this all works out in the budget, and then the commissioners would have that final approval of the budget. But we'd start that process. And then as you get that kind of trifecta team of the 2 or the 3 executive positions, we'd start working out the rest of the details with the current structure, and whether we can start that beginning of 2023 would, be our best case scenario.
Who do you think, will it be a staff member or someone in the executive team that'll, monitor the progress of this and make sure you're staying on the right timeline, or?
Yeah, that's what we've been working on now. It's the executive director along with the current 5 directors that we kind of put this timeline together. And then as we get the 2 other positions filled, it would probably narrow down to those 3.
Yeah, I think there has to be a plan with timeline. I
Right.
think that's
Well, I
crucial,
think
or
it'll be
blink
hard
and
for
it's
the
over.
commissioners to know where things are at if there isn't some sort of okay,
Yep.
on this date.
We're gonna
X
be
should
here.
done, and what's
Yep.
the
At this
update?
facilities meeting, we're gonna bring this to you. At this
Right.
facilities meeting, we expect to be here. Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I'm not gonna make a motion, but what's a reasonable timeline to direct the staff to bring a plan to us for how they're gonna implement phase 1?
Well, I think our initial thoughts is we would start the discussion is how do these 2 new positions fit into what our other position requests are. So the first step was kind of bringing it to the commissioners and get your kind of support for it. And then we'd start looking how the new requested positions fit in with these 2 new positions, the 2 deputy positions. Am I missing anything? Brock, Carolyn?
So were the contractors, did they give you any direction in terms of the order in which these things should be accomplished?
Yeah, I think you would want to start at that top restructure, just so those 3 positions can, yeah, there's action steps that they did, regular action steps that we went over, and then board action steps. So thank you, Carolyn.
That makes a lot of
That's
sense.
included in here.
That seems to be what would have been part of their job. Are we finished with them now for this phase, or?
Phase 1, yes.
Mhm. Are they managing phase 2?
They have given us a price on phase 2, and we have a commitment for phase 2 because they were the low bidder.
Do they have any oversight in terms of opinion about the order in which they've suggested? Order in terms of the accomplishments?
Yeah, we did include that, Commissioner Morgan, in the packet. It's the organizational restructure, action plan, and prioritization. So it talks about establishing that executive team, immediate executive director leading the strategic direction of the park district, along with the 2 deputies, immediate and ongoing, and then the deputy directors leading supervised day-to-day operations, immediate and ongoing. And then they have additional organized district into 2 divisions. That's immediate ongoing. And then staff new and existing positions appropriately enhance information and communication through the district, short-term ongoing. So all this has to work into the budget process because we can't create these 2 new positions along with all of our other position requests without it fitting in the 2023 budget.
Sounds like they've given you good guidelines.
Anything further on number 11? Okay, agenda item number 12, board to discuss the executive director's employment agreement.
That's me. Thank you. I want to bring this agenda item to the board's attention because the term of Dave Leaker's employment agreement runs through December 31st of 2022. As the agreement is written, it will automatically renew for another year on January 1st, 2023. And if the board intends to not renew the agreement, then I believe it would be wise to begin the search process for identifying and hiring a new executive director immediately. The search will likely take several months, and we want to have a smooth transition from Dave Leaker to the new executive director if we go that direction. So for those reasons, I believe tonight is a prudent time to discuss our intentions as it relates to Dave's employment agreement. And based on the strategic plan phase 1 that we just received, it has 2 sections in it. 3.1 talks about organizational structure, action plan, and prioritization. Section 4 focuses on board governance and action plan and prioritization. In both sections, Barry Dunn identified immediate action steps, is what we just talked about, that are required. And the report determined these immediate action steps are required as the primary focus on improving the operational efficiency and structure of the Fargo Park District. These immediate action steps suggest a dire and resolute need of attention for the health of the Fargo Park District. Some of the immediate action steps, and Dave's identified a couple of them: establish the executive team to consist of an executive director and 2 deputy directors, 1 deputy for operations and 1 deputy for administration. Hire, manage, and evaluate executive director. Executive director will lead the strategic direction of the district with the Fargo Park Board and public. Executive director needs to concentrate on the relationship with the board and the public. Sub-bullets: keep the park board members informed in a timely manner, and concentrate, a second sub-bullet, concentrate on being the ambassador of the district. Related points that were established: all parties need to admit there needs to be change and be willing to commit to being part of the improvement. We need a change in hiring culture. At the strategic planning meeting on June 1st, Barry Dunn identified a lack of relationship, a lack of trust, and a lack of communication. And relating to a strategic direction of the district, Barry Dunn said in the meeting, it's not particularly being followed. And they said there is a gap in the vision part and the relationship with the community. So in summary, based on the strategic plan phase 1 report, the Barry Dunn clearly and unambiguously states that the Fargo Park District lacks executive leadership in the many areas cited above, and it requires immediate action steps to rectify the situation. So I went back and pulled the executive director position description. Within the summary of the position, some of the bullets include responsible for leading the overall direction and operation of the district, responsible for creating plans, vision, and inspiration, works collaboratively with a variety of groups, etc. Position requirements include maintain a positive and professional working relationship with peers, etc., excellent communication skills to effectively engage diverse groups, etc., interface effectively and establish relationships collaboratively working side by side. Some of the essential functions of the position include provide strategic direction for the organization, develops and nurtures partnerships, working relationships, and communication with other community and government organizations, provide the board with information necessary, create overall leadership system, implement methods of including the board in planning decision-making process, maintain good relationships. So in summary, the executive director position clearly and unambiguously includes the duties and responsibilities that have now been identified by the Barry Dunn report as not being performed and requiring immediate action steps. So I want to bring to the board for discussion. When the Barry Dunn report says immediate action steps are required across many leadership areas, but these same duties are explicitly outlined in the executive director position, It begs the question, is the executive director performing at the expected level? Second, should the board address the current performance of the executive director at this time before moving ahead with the phase one of the strategic planning process, including the hiring of 2 deputy director positions and other discussion?
Seems to be what we've been talking about for a long time. I mean, that's the reason Barry Dunn was hired. Apparently, it wasn't just the executive director, but it was the organizational structure that they put in place. It seems to me that with the hiring of 2 deputy directors, that everything will change. I think Dave has been doing the job of more than one person. And that the visionary part of it is, I can see it from the outside because I'm involved in other organizations, including my own, but in looking at what has been accomplished, I can't do anything but compliment Dave and the directors for what has been done so far. We continue to move forward in, I think, really highly accomplished fashion. And I just, think that following the steps that Barry Dunn has proposed and hiring the 2 directors should be the next step. Now, what Jerry was mentioning was that we have a contract that would be renewable on January 1st. Is that right? With Dave. And so it seems to me that it's premature. Maybe the idea should be to extend the contract for a year, get the deputy directors in place, and then see where we are. Because this is going to be a major change to have deputy directors in this new hierarchy. To me, it's just like we were talking earlier, it's jumping in at a place, jumping in too fast. If we, that's just the way that I would see it. I think many times organizations will act too quickly. And we have just finished this phase one, this process, and we haven't given it a chance to see what effects are going to take place. So I would recommend extending the contract for a year and revisiting it in another year and see what changes have taken place.
How would you assess that? Go back to the study and assess what they recommend and then have a regular process?
Yes, it would be easy to do because it's all put down in the phase one.
But haven't they already done that for us? Haven't they already told you all this? I mean,
yeah, but
so between the review and Barry Dunn and the job description, the job isn't getting done.
No, but we haven't even started with phase one.
Well, but I think I would argue in his position description, the responsibilities that were outlined in the Barry Dunn, none of that has been getting done. They would have identified that we've got some things done. My concern would be is if we hire 2 deputies and they carry the weight, have we appropriately evaluated the executive director position?
Well, the executive director position will change because of the deputy.
But these duties and responsibilities are already in there.
I know, but I also know that if you have too many duties and responsibilities, one of the complaints was that Dave Leaker has been too involved with everybody else, all the directors, but that's because he needed to be, because we didn't have the deputy directors. So if we had the deputy directors in place, his position would change dramatically. I know, like even if we looked at the description of what the commissioners here are supposed to be doing, how they're supposed to be informed, what their actions are supposed to be, I bet none of us would be fulfilling every one of those line items that supposedly is a requirement for the job. So I think it would be acting hastily to, at this point of a huge transition, to make a very serious demand for termination, certainly, without giving it a chance to turn into something else.
Well, we do have to finish the job description for the commissioners because we discussed it, but we didn't formalize anything. And that does have to be updated because you're right. There are things in that job description which are nonsensical, but that we don't follow, but it should be meaningful. And that was one thing
Well,
that Barry Dunn recommended coming back for board training. And it could be an opportunity for the commissioners at that time to clarify that.
Right, but see, the other thing is that not everyone has different skills. And if you looked at the job description for the commissioners or any other position, there would be certain points that would come out as strong points, certain points that would come out as weak points for any individual.
The difference, if we're comparing this, the difference is we didn't get our position as a commissioner because we fulfilled a job description. We were elected. And the job description wasn't published to anyone so they could check off and make sure that we had the skill set. So it's not a good comparison that way, but it is part of that's why I asked how we're going to implement the strategic plan as we move forward and how are we going to have benchmarks to evaluate if it's good or not. And if we drop the commissioner's job descriptions and we look at executive director and 2 deputies underneath that, we're going to need position descriptions for those and how they support each other. And they've given us a roadmap to what duties will be underneath. The executive director, I think it falls back to the review and the steps, the plan that was put in place that I think Commissioner Dawson has been monitoring all along and how that's being fulfilled and is it meaningful or not? And, I think there's a lot more to it. It is definitely a lot of change quickly. I mean, hopefully quickly because it's for the health of the organization to move quickly. But I don't think that's a apples to apples comparison.
Yeah,
We follow our job description versus.
Sure, but I'm just talking about any job description. Like HR will come up with a long list of what anybody should be doing to fulfill a position. And we all know that nobody is going to check off every one of them performing at the highest level. That just isn't human. So we have to have, recognize good qualities as well as those that could use improvement, but within the capacity of us changing so dramatically with having 2 deputy directors, we're not giving it a chance.
Well, I would argue my concern is they've identified immediate action steps that need to be required. We don't have anybody doing these things, yet they're in the executive director's position description. And hiring, one could argue we've got 5 deputy directors right now, the way our organizational structure sits. But it's the position of the executive director to provide the vision and the leadership and all that stuff. And I want to make sure that we have that position right before we hire 2 deputies. Because if we hire 2 deputies and we don't have the executive director position right, we're not putting the park district in the best position to be successful.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I actually think that the deputy directors need to come first. And then however that works out and how it changes the description of the executive director as it stands is an opportunity for us to be reconsidering what is happening, what could happen. It just seems awfully dramatic to me, as if there's really a big
good
problem.
news, the good news is, this would take multiple months. So, to go through a search is not something you do in a week and hire somebody. So we've got a good runway ahead of us if we change and decide to go a different direction.
But at the same time, you would be renewing the contract for January 1st.
And I'm talking about.
No, that just happens on its own.
Yeah, to be
happens on its
clear,
own.
to be
So
clear,
there's-
the
so if we do
contract,
nothing,
you do
then
nothing,
Dave
that,
will just keep working here in this role and the agreement automatically renews. What Jerry's saying is if we choose not to continue, we have to make that decision prior to prior to January 1st.
And to me, I don't see us doing something rash here. I see us taking the input from what Barry Dunn has told us and using that as our decision-making tool in terms of how we proceed. If we want to talk about, are the executive director positions being fulfilled at our expected level? That's the question that I want to answer.
So you're telling me that you think that Barry Dunn has told us that he's not doing the job that he's supposed to be and that we need to take action?
I've drawn those conclusions on my own, but when you look through what their immediate action steps are and you look at the position description, there's a mismatch there. It's not getting done.
But we've acknowledged and he's acknowledged that he was trying to do the job of essentially 3 people, which was gathered through his work with Barry Dunn. I mean,
Well, he's not doing the job of
Barry Dunn
one, let
Barry
alone
Dunn
3.
did not, look, just to clarify, Barry Dunn did not say doing 3 jobs.
No, but Barry
And-
Dunn
and-
said that this position requires 3 people to do that,
Yes.
to do what's
But
currently
what-
being done.
What Dave is pointing,
Organizational, because it's changed. Right now, we've got one and then a line and then a filter down.
but what,
And the new org chart looks like a triangle and then columns and filtered down. So the whole org chart changes considerably.
so, but what Jerry's pointing out is the things that Barry Dunn is saying aren't getting done are executive director roles. Okay, if, I'm not even gonna come up with a reasonable analogy, so I'm not gonna try.
Well, how about specific examples of those things? Because I appreciate what you read, but there was a lot of stuff. So give me an example of specific things that aren't being done that could and should be getting done.
In a public meeting, do we want to pull out his performance appraisal?
So in the interest of time and energy and us being at an impasse right now, I think the fact that you brought it up, you expressed your concerns. Obviously, there's differing opinions. We may all have concerns. We may have varying concerns. We obviously recognize that we need to move forward with the strategic plan and the immediate action items, which are more than just hiring 2 deputies. I don't know if you are proposing an action or if you are bringing this to our attention, because we will, if needed, we would need to act on this sometime between now and the end of the year. And I understand your point of timing if we were to look for a new executive director. So that's important that you brought it up today. But are we taking action on it, I guess is my question.
I would recommend that we just receive what Jerry has presented.
I'm on my way out, but here's my 2 cents. I think you need to have a real plan of action so that there are checks and balances along the way. And you take Jerry's concerns and put them down and determine how it's being met or unmet so that you have measurable information to go by. And it'll be kind of like the Island Park pool and the Island Park master plan. It's going to have to be done together, collaboratively as you move forward. But, I mean, we know there are deficiencies. There's no question on that. But there's what we lack oftentimes is measurable outcomes, just measurables, because we have our own personal experiences where something happened that it shouldn't have happened that way. But how do you equate that into a document and be able to measure it to see if the score comes out favorable or unfavorable, I guess, for that would be my only, what I would, if I were here for another 4 years, that I would want to see. And not just for one position, but for all the positions, because this is a huge change in the organization and you want to know that it's going to work. And so there should be some sort of grading system to know that, yes, it was worth it putting in 2 deputies, 1 over admin, 1 over operations, and then the groups that are under there to understand that they're working as well. And
There's a lot of work to be done once that's implemented.
yeah,
And from my personal experience, I could be a whole lot better at what I do as a executive director of a nonprofit if I had more time. If I didn't have to pay attention to what somebody else should be responsible for if that person were in place. So I understand the perspective and I understand the idea of vision. And I understand that Fargo needs to be progressive. I think it is. People move to this city because of the beauty of the parks and all of the things that we do here. So we can't diminish what we've done to nothing or a failure. We're a success. So I understand Jerry's perspective on vision, but you know, it's kind of like that hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You need to have all these things in place before you can get to the higher intellectual experience. So you need the food, you need the shelter, you need the clothing, you need all this stuff. And to me, that's what the directors represent. They represent providing the stability so that you can get to the point where you can be visionary. It's just like, it's really basic. And that happens in organizations as well as
I
individuals.
concur. Jerry, I understand your concerns. Not just your concerns in the present, but your concern with it just rolling over at the end of the year. And that's clearly not what you want if we don't feel like progress has been made. And so I agree with Stacy in the fact that some sort of checks and balance, benchmark, whatever needs to be put into place so that if this is proposed again at a later date, closer to that time, that, you know, that, but, and I know the concern is that why would we go and hire somebody in these 2 positions right now to work for somebody that you have questions about whether or not they can do the job? I understand that and I empathize with that, but I also agree with Don in the fact that I believe that he can do it and I want to see what happens when he has the right people in place.
So one of my discussion questions was having a conversation on whether he's performing at the expected level. And we've kicked the can down the road. We're not going to answer that question. Is that what you're saying, that we'll just let it be and maybe another year from now we'll be in the same boat? Or
We won't be in the same boat if we have the deputy directors. Things will have changed dramatically. And then we could revisit whatever the concerns are and see how much more time Dave has had to develop some of these other requirements. So I don't know if we need a motion. I just say we should accept.
Further? Is there anything else for the agenda, the meeting, or otherwise?
4:03.
like an hour past my bedtime.
It's just starting to get good tonight.
Move to adjourn.
So moved.
That just took 10 years off my life.
Well, you're
You're young.
10 years younger than me, so you got some to spare.
Should I leave first or end the live? Probably end the live.
You should end the live.
Okay.